Hi everyone, today we'll be going over the specific changes of the new motor glider. Let's check it out. First, the new motor glider comes with pitch assistance. What this means is that during takeoff, once you reach a certain speed, it will automatically climb and achieve liftoff. Once airborne, tap to accelerate and slide the wheel back at the same time to travel along the ground. Next, let go of the throttle during flight and the glider will maintain its altitude while gradually reducing its speed to 60 km per hour and engage autopilot. Sliding the wheel forward during flight will cause the glider to pitch up and ascend, and sliding the wheel back during flight gradually pitches the glider downward to approach the ground. Furthermore, when turning left and right during flight, the glider will level itself off. The body of the glider and camera angle will tilt for greater immersion. The view of the ground has also been upgraded to better help players observe their surroundings while turning. Let go to stop turning, and the glider will stabilize on its own. As for landing, after descending to a certain altitude, the glider will disengage autopilot to help you slow down and land. Lastly, if we keep pitching the nose up, the glider will end up upside down. Flying upside down will cause the glider to enter an automatic descent, making it much harder to control. It's a real test of skill. So, the new motor glider is now easier to control for better playability, with greatly improved user experience. We're sure you'll have a great time with the new motor glider. That's all for now. See you next time.
Wow, what a lively sky treasure ship! So many lights and people.
Yeah, every shop is full of color. Let's look around.
Welcome to the Golden Moon Cloud Market. Haha!
You can light the ship's magic lamp each day to get Paradise tokens. During certain periods, there will also be a lucky box drop. The Sky Treasure Ship contains loads of great gifts. Come peruse the various stores and go home with your bags full.
When completing various adventures in Sky High Spectacle, don't forget to head to the Treasure Emporium for the Golden Moon Paradise Crate, as well as tons of Paradise tokens that await you.
Join a new round of popularity battle. Work together with your friends to unlock the 1001 Nights lobby theme, moonlight background, and other great Golden Moon gifts.
Happy 6th anniversary! Here! Not only can you revisit your past year's game data, you can also play a 6th anniversary exclusive target shooting minigame. Head to World of Wonder to check it out. While playing, you can redeem the 6th anniversary theme song as well, the Palace Musician set for free. Awesome!
Choose your exploration path on the Sky High Spectacle Nimbus Islands. Collect your discoveries as you go. Spend more Paradise tokens to aid you in your treasure hunt.
What's this?
Wow, a secret shop!
During the event, purchase items recommended by the genie at discounted prices. You'll also receive additional surprise gifts.
Huge discounts up to 80% off. Come have a look.
What are you waiting for?
everyone! After the last video, I'm sure you already have a basic understanding of the game. Survival, competition, social interaction, and easy-to-pick-up controls, these are what sets PUBG Mobile apart. First, as a battle royale game, survival is of utmost importance. There are multiple maps to play on, and each map is unique. Players can come up with different survival strategies for each map. Besides the blue zone mechanics, this is a completely open battleground. It's free of restrictions. Use your imagination to eliminate enemies and become the last one standing. Combat is also one of the core traits of PUBG Mobile. We have all kinds of weapons available. These weapons let players battle in any environment. You can be a sniper or storm the front lines with an assault rifle or shotgun. Furthermore, there are also protective gear, consumables, items, vehicles, and more. The comprehensive supplies available ensure a fulfilling combat experience. Our game has multiplayer modes with teams where you can invite friends to play together. Enjoy the thrill of PvP battles. Come up with strategies with teammates, find items for each other, and take up complementary positions. Try to make it to the end together. You can also go at it alone and carry yourself to victory. Lastly, we also have some simple tutorials for beginners in the game. There are no prerequisites, and they're super short. Learn how to play in a flash. We're still planning to release more guides detailing all kinds of neat tips and tricks to help players quickly familiarize with the game. Becoming a skilled PUBG Mobile player is super simple. Boot up the game and play now.
IQOO.
Hello everyone, welcome to Super Sunday, and now I'm here with RRQ No Mercy. Say hi.
Hi,
Just hi. Are you ready for Super Sunday?
ready.
Okay, ready. Your team is well known for playing aggressively with a lot of elimination. How does your team overcome it when this strategy doesn't work?
Oke, untuk RRQ itu semua orang ketahui lah yang kalian punya playstyle itu lebih ke arah agresif dan mendapatkan elim point yang banyak. Gimana kamu mengantisipasi kalau ketika strategi kamu bermain agresif itu nggak jadi?
Paling kita bakal ngelakuin plan B dan itu lihat aja lah nanti.
Yeah, if we having a problem with our main strategy and of course we have a plan B and of course we gonna execute our plan B and yeah, you're just gonna see the result afterwards.
Is plan B is a secret?
Yes.
Yeah.
Really? I just wanna ask because okay, I'm not and no talk your plan B. Your team is always performing well on the weekday but struggling on Super Sundays. What is planned for today to make sure your team will be perform good?
Oke, RRQ juga sering terkenal lah, sering perform di weekdays, tetapi di Super Sunday itu pasti turu gitu. Jadi bagaimanakah kamu apa yang mau dilakukan oleh RRQ sendiri untuk memastikan yang hari ini kalian gak turu?
Paling kami nanti mainnya lebih tenang sih, kayak lebih santai, jangan sampai tertekan gitu lah.
Of course, for today match, we just gonna play. We gonna take it easy. We just gonna play chill. We just gonna play relax. As long as we don't get pressure by it, I think we gonna be fine.
Didn't use secret plan, right?
No.
Okay. I think they're gonna use. After playing 2 weeks, is there any team you have studied to improve your team performance when faced to them?
Oke, jadi setelah 2 minggu PMSL berjalan, ada nggak tim-tim yang kalian pelajari untuk membangunkan lagi performance ataupun kualitas pasukan RRQ sendiri?
Paling kami kayak ngeliatin tim-tim lain habitnya, kebiasaannya kayak gitu kami pelajarin ya buat inilah gimana kami nanti gitu.
Okay, of course we study a lot of team, their habit, their gameplay, their playstyle, their strategy as well, so that we can use whatever we can to fit our gameplay. So yeah, of course we studied a lot of teams.
Okay, so do you have any words to them? Like or yours?
Oke, ada nggak sedikit kata-kata buat semua tim yang bermain di PMSL Super Sunday hari ini?
Buat pemain mungkin kayak hati-hatilah main di school.
Okay, to all teams that playing for today's Super Sunday match, take care. We at a school area.
Okay, let's test it up. And thank you, RQ No Mercy, for joining us the interview. And now it's time for Super Sunday. Let's go to the casters.
Welcome, ladies and gents, as we prepare ourselves for the Super Sunday run of the PMSL Summer. This is Contract here alongside with Choo Choo to be your casters for the entirety of the evening. And here we go, Choo Choo. The second week of Super Sunday is going to be action-packed.
Now we do know for a fact last week the Xavier has been performed such a sublime Super Sunday, by the way. Out of 6 chicken dinner maps, across all 6 maps they scored himself 4. I don't know if that's going to be another new record today by a different team, but we're looking forward when it comes to the Xavier's performance. Can they carry their momentum from last week's Super Sunday and just carry it forward for today? But also speaking of the other teams, example like Alter Ego and Boom, we do know this is going to be the previous champions back-to-back Alter Ego, and also the defending championship title, which is going to be Boom. They pretty much dropped the ball when it comes to week number 2 performance. Yeah, hopefully they will come back here today, but we might actually have a new contender entirely.
Yeah, and we managed to also see 8 more teams qualify into the Super Sunday, and TALON definitely has shown up to be one of the best teams out of that final hurdle. So we definitely want to see how well will they be able to cope with today's performances, as these are your participating teams. We have the Savior, Boom, Alter Ego, Morph, BIGETRON, Red Villains, FaZe Clan, U2 Alliance, as well as Vampire Esports.
Also, we are congratulations TALON, RRQ, XERXIA, PIGMY, Infinity, Team Flash, and KT and Sam9 for advancing to this Super Sunday, the second week of the Super Sunday, super crucial by the way. And also when it comes to comparison between the two teams, you do have RRQ and PIGMY. Yeah, when it comes to the numbers, we have to give it to a side of RRQ. Their firepower is amazing, remarkable indeed. But PIGMY, they're pretty good themselves when it comes to playing it safe and just take the opportunity when they can.
That's right, and we're already getting that interview with the rest of RRQ, and we're looking at the Paco to be one of the major carries coming from RRQ Ryu. As you see, he's always been offering high average damage ratios when it comes down to all these rounds being played out, but Dimsy so far has been impeccable coming from the side of PIGMY as well. Not too far behind, but when it comes down to average eliminations, the Paco is going to be a lot higher, but from the side of Infinity Esports, PIGMY group, he definitely have shown up to be able to contribute a lot in the team.
Now we saw quite early skirmishes and a lot of fights yesterday when it comes to the last chance stage for the teams that will make it through. At least they still have one more week to prove themselves. But on the side of RRQ, yesterday has been run and gun for them, and finally they land themselves the chicken where they have been waiting for the past 2 weeks. And finally in week number 2 of last chance stage, we get to see them land 2 chicken dinners in a day. But I'm not sure, was it TALON 2 chicken dinners as well? But for the teams that just entering here today, it's going to be Morph, which are pretty much, I have to say, compared to week number 1, tremendous growth coming from this side. And PIGMY as well. You can see the growth progression of the team's performance is increasing stably when it comes to from week 1 to week 2.
Yeah, and right now, week 2, a lot of the teams are looking so much better. PIGMY is looking at either in that absolute form to be able to dominate for today as well. And they managed to also qualify for the first week, so we do expect them to be able to pull some records for this entire evening. Now, of course, we start off today's matches with the same run of beginning in Sanha, and after that, we're moving into Erangel matches back-to-back 3 rounds in a row before we hit into the Desert Dunes of Miramar. Well, first, just checking if you're going to be around here, Choo Choo, while...
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay, no worries then. So, first, these matches is going to be played out in the usual setting. So we're going to see how will they basically fare when it comes down to the first match. As we've seen, all these matches inside Sanhok to be very, very rowdy.
That's true. When it comes to Sanhok, it's all depending on the circle. Heavily dependent sort of Sanhok circle is always going to be one of the main factor for the chicken dinner of the day. And speaking of which, the chicken dinner pretty much a big score when it comes to Sanhok of how small the map it is. And also when it comes to eliminations, usually the average is going to be around 8 and 9. So we don't expect like half the amount of eliminations just like going to be in a Wrangle later on in Mirama because of how the circle, like I mentioned, heavily dependent on the circle when it comes to Sanhok. Because we always have this the circle as a start that comprises all 3 islands.
That's right, and it has always been so difficult for them to maneuver. Now, we go into our predictions on who will be performing for the course of the day. I see that you got DX all over there, so you want to talk about that for a little bit?
Kings of the Super Sunday, what else for me to debate regarding this? Because these Xaviers, last week, out of 6 maps, they scored 4, and we thought they're going to score another one for the 5th one, but apparently they didn't actually do that. Maybe they're giving chances for other teams to have their banners just to wave across the screen, by the way. But speaking of these Xaviers, I don't know what happened, what changed since the final day of group stage in week 1. They just carry out the momentum throughout the Super Sunday and even carry forward the momentum in week number 2. So I expect them to perform here today.
Yeah, likewise, I think that the Savior for so many seasons of play, they've always been exceptional, and we do expect them to perform. While I also do want to include Alter Ego on the list, as they've always been trailing right behind DX as well. And looking from the last chance qualifications, Infinity Esports definitely have shown up to be the strongest of the pack, and I think that that momentum will be brought forward to today as well.
That's true. Speaking of Alter Ego, we compared with Boom. None of us actually predict Boom for today because I don't know what happened to Boom. Week 2 doesn't seem like they are feeling it. Feels like they're just not doing it right. I don't know, it's gonna be them experimenting some new stuff or try to prove something up for later in the grand finals. But I just hope they do find themselves finally the right footing when it comes to finish off the league stage and march towards the grand finals without any problem, because they have a title to defend for this season.
That's right, and when it comes down to how long it has run so far, maybe they need to replenish their stamina a little bit more, as we will be jumping into our first game, and we'll take a couple moments from now. But when we take a look at Boom, sure, it may have looked a little bit shaky, but they are basically given a day's worth of rest in order to go in for a reset and just basically use that good time available to readjust what they need to be playing in their optimal form heading into this Super Sunday run. But all the players, they're definitely happy to be here, and one of the teams that is gonna feel very, very happy about this moment is going to be Sem9. They managed to qualify in that final hurdle of the last round in those last chance qualifiers. And now, within seconds, we're hopping into Sanhok.
Yep, speaking of which, let's not waste any more time. We're going to fly over in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Are you guys ready for the Super Sunday? Buckle up, let's go.
All hands on deck as we begin our run here in the Super Sunday of PMSL Summer. And right now, it looks like this flight path will screw from down below, but wherever it lands, most often than not, these teams will be able to reach the destination with such a tiny 4x4 map. Now, we do have some pretty interesting stats when it comes down to Sanhok. Alter Ego has scored the highest of average points, so we would like to see if they could still pull up with those high numbers in the run.
Yeah, speaking of numbers, also this is going to be, I think it's worth mentioning, this is going to be the first ever Super Sunday coming up from the side of NKT and Morph. And speaking of NKT and Morph, both teams has been going so well in week number 2. They're when you compare with week number 1, it feels like a very different team playing here right now. But the circle will pop anytime soon. When it comes to Morph, it's going to be Cave. And speaking of having Morph and also NKT in this Super Sunday, some teams might actually clash early, or maybe they just drop respectively. It seems like there's no first blood yet, so I guess the dynamics will change a bit because we do have NKT and Morph despite of a PA and VOIN Donkey. But what a tough circle to start our Super Sunday.
What a difficult circle it is. Like, the moment it popped up, I'm starting to be concerned of all these teams that will have to journey their way all the way up north. Whereas, first we begin our run, taking a look at 7-9, how well will they fare, because they're starting from the southwest, and they will be surrounded with a lot of tough teams available to be challenged later on. Around the corner, there's Vampire Esports, RRQ, and across Thailand, also another difficult team. So we'll see how well will they be able to make that journey through, as TALON Esports, once again, has made their way into another Super Sunday.
Now, Todak and TALON both seems to be the specialists for bridge fights. Whatever map that is, between Sanhok, even in Wrangell, they pretty much love those bridge fight early on. But when it comes to First Blood, Super Sunday is super crucial. Just to update you guys regarding the overall ranking, since nothing is happening here right now, we might actually just fill in the gap for you guys who just joined us for this first ever Super Sunday for you. But this is actually the week 2 Super Sunday. Now, there's so many questions out there regarding how the format works. Now, this Super Sunday is the most important points of them all, because this will be the determining factor who will actually march towards the grand final. Now, the top 16 teams that collect the most points of all 3 Super Sunday, which is going to be the last one next week, the top 16 only will qualify towards the grand finals. Now, the teams that never make it through the Super Sunday, they're super scared right now. I have to say, they're super nervous. That's going to be Team Secret, U2O2, GigFam, Team Roy, Total, and Crit VIP. They haven't got themselves in any Super Sunday. Now, that's pretty much tough for them to qualify if there's no point from them in the first place to fight for their grand final slot.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that they'll be watching in the sidelines to see whether if there's going to be certain teams that won't be scoring as much points as possible, and then they could plan out how will they actually plot out the upcoming week. Whereas for those who are playing for today, for the second time in a row, teams like DX as well as Morph, they're definitely hoping to score as much as possible so they don't really have to worry about the week. We're looking at the first pick off here by the corner of the waters as Achul looks to secure the first blood for PIGMY Esports.
Now, this is the first Super Sunday for Morph, so they definitely need to have a lot of catch-up gaming. For these Xaviers, not so much. They are at number 1 spot when it comes to the overall rankings for the grand final at 77 points for the start. For BTR, on the other hand, FaZe Clan just happened to be spotted them from the back. And I know it's quite confusing when it comes to color scheme on top of the mini-map. Seems to be the chocolate teams or slightly warmer color tone teams happen to be fighting against each other on top of this warehouse. I'm not sure where are the rest of FaZe Clan. They are on the outside, but it's going to be tough for Onzens to just deal with this alone.
Indeed it is, but he's doing a magnificent job just to try to keep the rest of the Red Villains at bay. Leon won't be pushing further forward as the sole member of FaZe Clan will be able to hold the warehouse by his own, whereas the rest of FaZe Clan, they're taking the corners of the hill instead. So if anything happens, they can give a little bit more backing coming from afar. So it's not going to be the cleanest angles to fight for the side of BIGETRON Red Villains, as Ventorez catches one, drops a beautiful nade, and Satar will have to fall back, but will be able to bring Ventorez down before doing so.
Satar seems to have an opening, but is quite hesitant to make the call whether to push in or not. Regarding the position of FaZe Clan, if Mormon can go far flank, now that's going to be a problem for BTR if they just turn it down to where Satar is right now. But Satar is dealing this by himself. They're trying to trap and corner down the rest of FaZe Clan. While Ventorez managed to recuperate, the rest of the team of FaZe Clan is quite far apart. They're just one person in those warehouse. Mela and also Ventorez, I think, is just next to each other. We do have Onzens in between. Now, Onzens, he has to deal with 2v1. But if he clutches this, it's going to be a big victory for FaZe Clan.
Indeed, and Satar, he actually wins the duel again, but Mela will catch Satar nevertheless. Leon now goes in for the clutch as the rest of FaZe Clan arrive. Onsens goes down, 1-for-1 trade. Mormon still survives, and BTR rely on Leon here to pull off that clutch. Very little HP left on the side of Mormon, not enough health to actually take on this fight. And Leon, he's gonna give chase only for this last bit. The rest of FaZe Clan is slowly resetting, and it's gonna be a 1 versus 3, so he might just get out of here, but he's not given the room to do so.
Leon Punk, the player they just recruited into this lineup of BTR Red Aliens, now have to go down a bit early. Oh man, that's gonna be tough for the side of Leon. Now, despite his being quite new for this lineup, we do know he was from BTR Next Gen, going into the Red Aliens in this season. He's definitely one of the best players they recruited so far, but it just didn't work out for the BTR Red Aliens yet when it comes to their chemistry around Leon by far. But it's just the first map, warming up probably on the side of BTR, but at least he's caught himself 1 eliminations. But we do have 3 teams, that's including Morph, Oracle and Sam9 tanking the Blues, and for now, and this is not going to be great for Sam9 and Oracle if they overstay themselves way too long here.
Yeah, the longer that they stay, RQ could just easily close in on them. So they really have to plan out ahead, but there are clear passages that they can go through. But if they cut through the bitch, that's where they will bump into the rest of Vampire Esports. Meanwhile, the circle shrinks closer and closer into the islands, where the Infinity is hoping that it will pull back towards the mainland instead. The other teams are still around the northern section as well as over on to the east. It's gonna take a while before we see another big fight, but it's just gonna take a little bit more of a refuge heading into Paradise Resort, while they can basically scavenge through some of all these areas and look to find some pickup later on. We'll see a lot more teams hugging closer to the edge before they commit into moving into the island.
Speaking of the island, everybody rushing themselves into the very small Camp Alpha Island and Hartin as well, due to so many choke points if they're coming in late. We're talking about bridge camping, which could be one of the famous ones with this sort of circle on top of Hartin, on the right side of Hartin. There's going to be 1 choke point. There might be some teams crossing over boot camp if needed to. XERXIA, on the other hand, despite he got himself already landed on a small island, but the problem is how to cross the other side because they've been gatekeeping quite early. These we're talking about the teams that's migrating the position quite early than the rest of the team that's still around just on the southern side or even Paradise Resort. They're going back into boot camp. They figure out, you know what, we can't even cross the river on top of boot camp. That's almost like impossible based on the firepower they've been just given warning just now. So they might actually need a bit of a later rotation in the case.
Yeah, same goes to RRQ. They are still gathering a lot of stocks because they know that this is going to be a tough fight later on, where they should have enough ammunition as well as meds in order to work through this. But we're looking at No Mercy only having 1 first aid kit. They've managed to get into the island, taking a little bit more of a safe one, heading into the far west instead, not bumping into Vampire Esports, so that's good for them for now. Whereas the rest of Sam9 have finally got themselves into a corner of the island, or should I say in between the outskirts of Camp Alpha, but they will be wrapped around with teams like TALON Esports on top of the Temple Hills as well, so they can't really afford to move too much from that position onwards. Now, U2 Alliance, they're taking on members of Infinity.
This is going to be on the outskirts of Martin, not crossing the river yet for both. Team Infinity spotted out Adiclip over peeking himself, giving away his position. That's an easy spray coming from Logan of Infinity. But I think it's still going to be savable for U2 Alliance for now, hoping that Tiger Axe won't finish them from behind. But look at the spread from the Infinity. They're so confident of wrapping things around against U2 Alliance. Now they look in trouble. Tiger Axe popped the smoke, but lucky enough, Leon spot that one out. So it actually bought time for Adiclip, but Tiger still got him down anyhow. The spread from Infinity is just too much for U2 Alliance right now.
Yeah, it's absolutely overwhelming. There's not much space for them to work with, and Jimmy soaking some damage from that grenade. He has to pull all the way back. Not too sure if they should even stay for the moment because this is not looking all too good for them to take them end of the fight. And from the flank, in the waters, it's Gatuni getting a glimpse and managed to tag some health bars off of the side of Leon. Logan drops that nade. Jimmy is going to be down. 2 members left from the side of U2 Alliance. But how much can they do against a full squad of the Infinity?
Leon, switch it over to DBS. Back with his rifles. Earlier coming up from off angle, but the blue zone is not going to be kind. It's going to be stage number 3. It's still painful enough. Well, we do have a different fight against Alter Ego and Talon, but Leon still fighting for the rest of U2 Alliance. He needs to go for the push, but he couldn't spot them out. But if he just turns the corner, he can actually finally see them through. But the DBS won't hit from that distance. Still got small kill coverage that will cover the rest of Infinity. Logan trying to buy them time. Talon being eliminated by the side of XERXIA and Alter Ego at the same time. But U2 Alliance, we're not done yet. Here comes Olio, drop on 1. UMP did wonderful work in the hands of Olio right now, but he needs to save Jimmy. Leon, where is he? Olio is going in by himself. Well, I think Leon is trying to revive his teammate. They managed to reset, but the rest of Infinity will not go down easily.
Oh boy, seems like there's just a lot going on inside of Sanout right now. While that happens between the fight of U2 Alliance versus the Infinity, we've already lost Talon Esports. They tried to rotate over, they got their vehicles pretty much detonated, and they did not even get a single point at all inside of this match. 7-9 with good defense, they lost their vehicle, never mind that because they got themselves a really good pull into the shacks. Meanwhile, grenades from the top, dropping into the side of XERXIA. Not going to be able to find any good catches for Rosemary. But look at the rest of Alter Ego's position. They are pretty much holding firm onto this high ground, and nothing's going to flush them from there on. Leo still holding on as NKT joins into the party, taking down Leon.
NKT. Olio, U2 Alliance, after one to the other, and oh my god, Infinity still managed to do such a flat swing there, but it's not going to be enough. NKT just finish off the job of between these two teams, U2 Alliance as well as the Infinity, both taken out by this cleaning crew, which is going to be the NKT team. Right now, just on the time winning over Alter Ego, but now switch it over to FaZe Clan. Seems to be a lot of third party going on from certain corners. There are 2 different corners of the map. Well, Huntful, you do get himself quite in elevations, but moment to spray from this angle, a bit tough to toss. Nate, almost impossible. But Rosemary and Alter Ego, if one of them being knocked down, Hunts for you and Rosemary, it feels impossible for Alter Ego to just reach out towards their fallen team members of how separated they are between those mountains.
True enough, while they could just take their sweet time because all these teams will have to rush into areas of hot team as well as over on the south side here, which is why Alter Ego, they have this widespread 1-tree formation and coming out of that, while Rosemary could also take charge to also be the third party in this fight between FaZe Clan as well as XERXIA. They're having a very defensive hold for now. XERXIA pretty much spread into the shack, but there's not going to be a clean, straightforward push just yet. Great glimpse coming from Ventoris to land a little bit of damage as he managed to also dodge that Molotov. Whereas they're waiting to see Mela could actually go for a push as well. But those positions, it's going to be pretty tricky for them to push any further from there because take a look at the hills. Alter Ego is still putting in the pressure with bullets sent their way.
You have to figure out in less than 10 seconds here because the blue will take them out one by one for the teams that's fighting here. FaZe Clan and XERXIA will not win. None of them are going to get this out alive. We're talking about, you mentioned Alter Ego taking the high grounds, but one of the members, Mela, finished off by RNJ. Mormon gonna go in and finish them off with the DBS. But the problem is how to get into the safe zone with 100 meters away. Whilst RIQOO still taking out on, I think there's going to be Team Flash last play. Not really, still have a trio. Gosu need help. Where is Kwang and the rest of Team Flash? They're nowhere near Gosu right now.
Not at all, and RIQOO, they're just looking to put in the pressure. Gosu will not be able to dodge that final grenade coming from the back, and that gives an opening for the rest of RIQOO to storm through. Asa just dropping a beautiful one. Meanwhile, we're we were talking about where exactly is Hung. He's just going to take the long way route to try to hold into a deeper section of Hatin. Now, only a few members left for the side of Team Flash as they will try to see if they can pull through. While the rest of FaZe Clan is being pressured by Blue Zone, Rosemary holding them down. Victorious tries to actually keep up with the pressure of the fight. Mormon coming in from the back as well. Spotted out. Sharp eyes coming in from Rosemary. And this is nowhere for Victorious to go. Still has the angles. But how will he do it? Oh my word, Victorious knocks him down.
We've seen this before. Feels like a deja vu for Rosemary versus NKT. If you guys remember that one. Rosemary, lucky enough, he didn't actually slip down with that slippery slope, by the way. But on side of Alter Ego, will they abandon ship or will they actually save the main fragger? Here they will come here for the save. What a teamwork display. Nobody left behind. Hakuna Matata it is. Everyone's a family. And nobody left family behind. That's going to be the finishing blow coming up to a sort of FaZe Clan. Alter Ego, despite they're having some issues against for the sort of Rosemary just now, they will actually gain back the momentum as a 4 with 5 eliminations secured across their point.
I absolutely love the duel between FaZe Clan, even despite Victorious being outnumbered. That 1v1 from low ground was impressive against Rosemary, but we're talking about a full squad here coming from Alter Ego. There's no way that he will be able to clean them up, even if he tries to push for Rosemary. But we go back into Hatin. The circle does bring them all into the urban setting, whereas Spider-Man finds a member side of PIGMY. A Snake will be able to spot one member down from the side of NKT, trying to lurk through, but that's no safe passage to bypass the rest of RRQ Ryu. Just looking at RRQ Ryu, how they work together as a unit, they're just so impressive when it comes down to close quarter trades, and NKT is down and out with that final nade popped in by some members coming in from across the corner.
Now, surprisingly, these Xaviers, yes, we remember they're Kings of Super Sunday last week, which was week number 1, but so far they haven't made any sort of action initiated yet. They haven't made any knocks or any open fire for now. So I assume they're back to their old strategy, just waiting for the right time while the teams that are remaining, around 6 or 5 teams left, that's where they start to pop out and start to shoot everybody down. In the case of this, there's going to be a different team that they compete with last week. These Xaviers we talked about, then they finally knocked down on Snake. RQ, 1 knockdown, and Lamborghini did not waste any more time to just finish that one off. But Wong, I think his back sticks out for a bit, that nobody is willing to just leave this vicinity right now, because probably know somebody's there. But instead of RIQ, they're trying to fight back, counter fire. These Davis, Nate almost being knocked down, finally will knock down by DBS. Urgent fights back, the pair goes on the ground. Seems like RRQ in shambles.
RRQ, they've put too many members into these corners, but what a defensive pull from the top side. The Savior only has Nate T being knocked down, and he will eventually be picked up as well. A little bit of over-aggression coming in from the side of RRQ. They really tried their best to flush out the rest of the Savior. They had some good grenades in, but it didn't seem like they had any form of angles to take on that fight. Their grenade dropped into the side of No Mercy. Not going to be able to take him down. Vampire Esports squeezes through. These tight corners of the wall. And look at this. The circle will move out of Hatin. So whoever's there, including DX, will have to start moving down south.
No mercy given at all for the side of RRQ. No mercy, left, right, center. There's somebody shooting down between these Xaviers and Vampires. There's a huge 2-angle swings if he needs actually to do work by himself. But Tony K spotted out Shadows. We remember how Tony K clutch when it comes to week number 2 early this week. And he definitely got himself a miraculous run of Chicken Dinner in the very last minute. If I'm not mistaken, that was around Wrangle or even Sunhawk as well. But plays and finish off these Xaviers. But still, Vampires got the domination of the elimination as well. But back to his boom, Vampire seems to be shooting anything that moves, any silhouette that can be seen through the smoke. They will start shoot down. But Nate fight back. This is going to be the top and rising player of the Xaviers for this season. Nate, well, he doesn't have that much time. He needs to find himself. Covers! They just next to each other. But why did he switch the cam? We want to see the Xaviers next to Vampire just now.
Oh my word, that was so close. Tony K got caught out. Nonetheless, Dempsey now opens fire, but he will also be caught through the smoke. None of these teams from Hatin survive. DX Number 5 is all that they can bring to the table with 6 elimination points. But Alter Ego, they've been waiting on the top side of the hill. This is their best moment to actually strike back. They have clean vision over all these teams. They're in this tiny little circle. But the other problem is they have to climb down the kills. Octa taking charge as he's on the lower ground. Alpha finds one member inside of 7-9. 7-9 in trouble, only having Huyu surviving to tell the tale.
Alter Ego still having a trio while the rest of the other teams don't have that much when it comes to the firepower. Definitely a disadvantage at this point, but if they can finish off, oh, never mind, they don't even need the player to finish off Alter Ego. Seems to me the Blues are actually doing the work here, but for you, still got themselves slightly at the edge of the circle and have those elevations too. Nobody can just overrun Alter Ego at this point. Boom versus Alter Ego. We have another Indonesian finale here with Razy. That's going to be it. And Alter Ego scores a flawless chicken run with all players healthy and alive.
Just like how you said it, Chuchu, a flawless run indeed for Alter Ego. The moment that they won that trade against FaZe Clan, there's not going to be any more pressure coming in from their backs, so they just have to focus on what's happening around our team. And they just got the best of angles to just take as many of all these pickoffs from that lower ground. And there's just nothing that can stop the rest of these Indonesian boys to claim the first win of the Super Sunday.
Well, they're coming back quite strong this week when it comes to the Super Sunday. Alter Ego has been just slightly quiet than the usual self, not that aggressive compared to their previous season, because they were pretty strong last season as well. But with the rise of For You and regarding the position just now, pretty much almost the same course of direction they actually had when they were fighting NKT when Mr. Joe scored the chicken dinner, but this time they didn't make the same mistake. They didn't go down from that steep slope just now, even though Rosemary being knocked down due to the angles that he can just easily be shot down by Victorious, by FaZe Clan prior to that. But still, when it comes to teamwork, the rest of Alter Ego reach on time to save him up. But speaking of which, this is gonna be the almost all-time favorite MVP for you guys watching out there. It's back to the Beast Mary.
That's right, he's an absolute beast. So just take a look at the damage numbers. He's been able to put up 1,178 overall, and on top of that, we've seen some clean eliminations on his hands as well. Alongside with the rest of Alter Ego, this has been by far one of the cleanest plays that they've been able to pull out. So they will be able to secure a triumphant run. But what's also impressive to see is that 7-9 has also been able to make it to the top 4 with quite plenty of points to be secured before they bow out. And the biggest highlights of what really went down into this matchup is that the fights inside of her team, they were just ruthless because the pressure of the blue zone was on. And let's take a look at the highlights again to elaborate further later on.
Now, Alter Ego, with these numbers, this just gonna push up when it comes to the league standings of the grand finals later on. They already placed themselves in second place in the league standings based on week 1 with 58 points, plus another 23 points. That's a half the amount. But 13 eliminations at the start of the day, that's not too shabby. Very strong indeed for the start. Sam9 with 7 eliminations, while the Xavier is at 6 eliminations, but only 2 teams scored a double digit for total points. That's going to be Sam9 as well as Alter Ego.
That's right, and Sam9, such an impressive run to kick off Sanhok, because they have definitely seen that fair share of struggles and qualifying into the very final match for yesterday's run, and you just see them really piling on the pressure against those who are here in the Sunday run. Meanwhile, we see a lot of early fights that went on that didn't really go the way of BIGETRON Red Villains, but we take a look at the head-to-head so far between Rosemary as well as Kenny S. Now, what's really interesting to me is that Kenny S, he might have actually dealt about close to 500 damage, but he's secured 3 elimination points, so that is great work coming from the side of Sam9's ace in order to at least stack up some points, but Rosemary definitely has the more impressive numbers.
1,000 over by one particular player. But speaking of the numbers, well, there's going to be another big whooping amount of damage coming up from the side of Alter Ego with over 3,000 damage. That's more than half. FaZe Clan, it's going to be not even half of what the damage output coming up from Alter Ego just now. That's just how big the difference of firepower right now for the one of the most favorite teams out there when it comes to the performance. But between Sam9D Xaviers as well as FaZe Clan, their gap wasn't as much. That was quite a close one for the side of Alter Ego to break the record. You remember the record for the highest damage is still for the Gunslinger damage output as a team is going to be 3,899 still by RRQ.
Yeah, and if this is going to be an angle, I think that number can be matched. But when it comes down to all these scrappy fights that we see in South Sanhok, I think 3,092 is still pretty high, considering that Alter Ego has gotten quite the god elevation from the top kills of the temple. So DX so far has been able to still put up quite the fight despite them pretty much cornered up into Hatin when the Blue Zone kind of pressured teams, even like FaZe Clan, to move outwards. Else, I think that things will be a lot more interesting if it was to be a different type of ending instead into Hatin. But from what it looks like inside of Game 1, these teams are absolutely fired up to bring us even more moving into the Wrangle.
Yep, speaking of Erangel, it's going to be a totally different story. But for our top 4 gunslingers, it's quite a bit of illustration here just for you guys to take in about all the numbers out there. Just look at the numbers. Beautiful, a lot of 3s, a lot of 1s, and a lot of 4s, guys. But for next Erangel map, definitely we do have it open for all the teams out there. Speaking of which, just to update you guys, this is week 2, so it seems like everybody's starting off with 0, but not really, because the Xavier's Alter Ego seems to be in first and second spot. And when it comes to compare to Sam9, who got himself in the top 5 as well in the last map, Sam9 actually just placed himself at 8th place in the overall league standings with 32 points in week number 1. Now the teams that I feel like really should have the motivation to push themselves forward, it's going to be Vampire Esports. If you look at how Vampire Esports perform in week number 1, things definitely not well. Something's wrong. Everything is wrong everywhere for Vampire Esports. Across the total league standing of week number 1, they got the least amount of points progression throughout the entirety of week, which didn't even break a double-digit number. That was a 9 point that they actually gained during week 1. Only 9 points compared to TALON Esports. They are on 15th place at the start of week 1 overall league standings at 22. The rest of them is still in their 20s, like the least amount. The only one that actually left behind so far is going to be Vampires. But at least it's a good sign for the team that just joined us here today when it comes to Super Sunday, which is going to be NKT as well as Morph. They're starting at a 0. So this is going to be the 3 teams that are dying to get themselves up there in the overall league points of each Super Sunday.
Yeah, there's definitely a lot to unpack when it comes down to who will get the best out of this Super Sunday run. As for the side of Vampire Esports, there's still plenty of opportunities for today in order to stack up more and more points. Qualifying for 2 weekends in a row is good, but you got to ensure that you put even more numbers.
Yep, we're just having a bit of camera trick there just to see what the players actually doing before they actually ready themselves into the lobby. They're definitely not actually hitting the lobby yet, so that just kind of give you guys a bit of a glimpse what really happened post game while the players ready up. They haven't put anything on. Definitely, there's some teams actually have some discussion between the coaching staff while waiting for the next round of map, because usually sometimes you do have a bit of player swap regarding the maps as well. There's some teams that do have specialists regarding certain map like Erangel. Mostly not really the swaps happening here, but after the second half or after the break or the second half of the day, that's where we see a lot of multiple swap from the team, including the end of the Erangel of our last Erangel of the day before we enter into Miramar later on.
True enough, and when we take a look at how the next run will go, that's where teams will decide whether if those substitutions are required. And I was just keeping my eyes onto TALON, especially once the match was concluded. TALON was also in a really good position initially, where they were in Camp Alpha. To the moment that they decided to rotate deeper into Hatim, they got obliterated while they were on reels. And it was so unfortunate for the team that has done so well on the last chance, and now we see them going back to square one, not really scoring any points at all, so definitely having some signs of concerns there. But in terms of ideation, I think that they still got it written down somewhere. But moving into Erangel, we've seen a lot of all these teams coming in from Indonesia as well as Thailand that has been able to do quite well in order to get themselves a maximum amount of points. But I'm definitely hoping to see more coming out of the Vietnamese squads, other than the Savior, of course, because it hasn't been the easiest of rides moving into the weekend. But whatever points that they can get, they could basically save it through.
That's true. Speaking of Vietnam squad, there's only going to be 2 teams of Vietnam coming up from that region, which could be the Xaviers and Team Flash. Speaking of Team Flash, now when it comes to week number 1, they actually having a tough run as well, but not too shabby. At first, it was kind of slow momentum start, then suddenly they start to explode their performance. I mean, like, what was that? How to explode performance? But yeah, when it comes to the following maps later on, like when it was Sunhawk, it was pretty dim. But after that, they start to gain themselves some momentum across the team. It seems to be the chemistry building up pretty okay. So they got themselves at 41 points in the top 5 for the overall league standing prior to the Sunhawk map just now, or even the Erangel map later on. Now, speaking of which, the teams that we mentioned just now, it's going to be Vampire. Keep your eye out for the Vampire team. Also, the teams that just joined in week number 2 of Super Sunday, which can be NKT as well as Team Morph. Especially these 3 teams, a lot for them to prove themselves. Plus, they need so many points to compete with the teams that prior to this already got themselves in week number 1 Super Sunday.
Yeah, and on top of that, certain teams are looking to have a fresh start, looking at this weekend to be pretty much a whole new reset as well. BIGETRON Great Villains didn't exactly start on the right note, taking on some of the members of FaZe Clan very early and did not win that duel. So they might have actually think a little bit more true to get themselves a better record as we approach our first map of Erangel. Let's go to our second match of the PMSL Super Sunday.
We're back. Will the beasts of Alter Ego start to rise up the occasion once more? Did we just woke up the beasts of Alter Ego when it comes to Super Sunday? All down to this map here for our start of a great bombastic performance by the team, because we do know Erangel is where everybody feels a bit more comfortable, a bit more confident, and way more eliminations later on. We do have slightly on the northern side with flight path coming up from Milta Power up to shooting range, but if we do have an SMB circle control, now that's going to be fun.
Yeah, this is what I'm staring at because a lot of times this type of flight paths indicate that it won't be on top of the flight path, but we'll wait for a moment's time for the circle to appear. If it does end up into the islands, I think PIGMY Esports will have a significant advantage into holding on to some of the bridge areas to prevent teams from bypassing, but it's really tough to tell for now. Teams will be able to get those clear access into the central area, but when we look into the southwest section, it's been cut off, so teams will really have to journey very far if that's going to be their home base. So we'll just have a look into how this is going to go. Northern Plains, not too bad after all.
Couple of taps early on. Pistols actually work. We've seen Knife yesterday. Knife even can actually do a lot of work here when it comes to PUBG Mobile. But speaking of which, I do hope we have more micro Uzis. We've seen when it comes to, was it last week, micro Uzi? Yes, I think so. It's such a rare occasion to have micro Uzi back in the game, but micro Uzi can shoot towards mid-range sometimes. I'm not saying all the time. You happen to be lucky that it will connect for the sprays. But I do miss micro Uzi plays, but if you want to compare with DBS right now, it's not going to happen.
Yeah, true enough. I think that players would definitely prefer to have the DBS to be a little bit more reliant into securing those knocks when it comes down to a close trade. And we take a look at Boom once again, where this team definitely have performed outstandingly well throughout the course of the week. Still trying to find that form of rhythm heading into this weekend. So far, I think they're still doing decently, as the past round have rewarded them with 8 points overall. As we take a closer look into some of these impressive stats, Alter Ego so far have not had any dip of performance, and we're still hoping to actually see a lot more out of Talon, because that round in South Sana was not indicative of what they usually put on the table.
Now, I had this conversation with Cloud before, which was last week. Now we don't actually see Alter Ego like how crazy Bismary. I'm sorry, I'm used to Bismary these days. Biscarry, sorry, yeah. we can see that it's an improvement coming from Alter Ego as an all-rounded team. We're talking about not heavily depending on just Rosemary to do all the work here on the side of Alter Ego. Definitely when it comes to the season, it's just tremendous progress of the other players of Alter Ego, especially Hans for you. He's been doing such a lot of work. It's so many work, just like how much Rosemary actually pushed out the damage for the team. He can actually live up to the par. But on the side of Octa, it's pretty much an all-rounder player, so I can say that he's pretty much fill in whatever needed for him to do. So for Alter Ego, without even Rosemary this season, they still can deliver, but it's just that they still need slight more push, just that tiny push to have that by the end of it.
Yeah, I absolutely do agree with you, but with the addition of Hans, like you said, he's definitely lift up what the roster is all about, where back in the days it's heavily dependent on Octa as well as Rosemary. Now they can basically hold their own, so things are still looking pretty good for them, although they need a little bit more heavy punch to secure themselves maybe even bigger numbers. When I talk about big numbers, I mean they've already got this huge of a lead here in that Sanok bout with 23 points to book out with. They will want to increase this margin. Meanwhile, for the rest of the teams that are keeping up to the pace, I wonder if Sem9 can hold up to this second position, because right now, most of them is going to be PIGMY Esports, DX, as well as Boom, and we will expect the table to shift once this round of pairing concludes. Speaking of which, RQ is going to take on this battle against Sem9. Sem9 will not be able to hold their own with Snape crashing through.
Gold coming up from the side of Sem9 to pick the fight against RQ. It's actually an accident and a clash, but we do have a third party coming up from behind. Are they interested to take fight as well? Possibly they are, because it's going to be Boom. And RQ and Boom are known for not backing down for any fight. And Sem9 just walked straight into it. Two teams probably just going to be wiped up by Boom at this point. RQ, well, thanks to Boom, RQ actually being eliminated and saved Sem9 in the process. But they're not going to leave anybody crossed by either. Tap down to the last player. Well, it's Boom, guys. It's Boom. Boom is back.
Boom is absolutely back, and they are definitely in the perfect form. Now, that form of a fight, we've seen that before yesterday in the last chance hurdles, where they were trying to take out the fight against another team, and then eventually the third party arrives. They could not handle that third party. 7-9 RRQ, they got the short end of the stick, but boom, what a strike that was. A clean 4K here to just wrap things up in the early game. It's only stage 1, we lost 2 teams already, so expect certain areas to open up the moment that they will go in for those rotations. With this north circle, there's still plenty of time for a lot of teams to still navigate their way past those bridges.
Speaking of bridges, we might actually expect some teams who love to themselves play a couple of bridges fight. We're talking about TALON and possibly Todak. But Todak's not here, sorry Todak. TALON might be one of the most interested teams to take those bridges away, but back towards the teams that really in dire need of points, this is going to be one of them. We got to wait and see whether this lineup will stay for the entire day or they start to switch players later.
Yeah, and take a look at that. Ventura is going underneath the noses of DX. Very smart maneuver coming from Ventura, just making sure that he will not be within the crosshairs as he passed by this compound. Though they didn't get the glimpse as they do bypass the bridge. It's going to be Mela that will be receiving a little bit of a hit instead. Thankfully, he will be able to get across without taking too much of a heavy fire. So DX, they may have actually missed some chances here, but there's definitely a lot more for them to take later on. On the north point of Jersey-Pool, there's also going to be XERXIA. So later on, when there's going to be more teams that will be trying to cut across the bridge, we do expect this three-way warfare to happen. Meanwhile, coast is going to be clear for the side of BIGETRON Red Villains as they try to hold through the forest right in between Rozok as well as Yasnaya.
On the side of Infinity, things seems to be very peaceful for now. Nothing happening by far. It's pretty okay. I don't think they want to migrate that fast either. We're still in the stage number one, but unfortunately 79 RRQ both being eliminated. Thanks to Boom for that. But both teams happen to be scoring themselves a couple of points. The next one to be eliminated without an elimination would be the first team to have the zeros. But Infinity realized they need to just move away, so we can assume it's all about waiting for the next circle to pop.
Yeah, while we're waiting for the next circle to appear, I just want to reiterate, we had that interview with RRQ where, of course, our dear hosts have asked that perfect question. Oh, you guys have been looking so aggressive, but certain times when things don't go according to plan, you guys crash out early. And they did mention about making changes into plan B, but I'm not looking at that plan B. So later on into the next map angle, that plan B has to come into fruition. This is a tough journey for a lot of all these teams as the circle will be brought around the areas of Jersey-Pool as well as Ruins.
Oh man, we've seen this before. Ruins, usually 79 will be there, but 79 unfortunately being eliminated early. Now back to the start of Team Flash coming up from right side, seems like not having too much of a challenge, except for the next one. We do have probably FaZe or probably Boom. It's gonna be Boom. If Boom happen to be spotting out the rest of Team Flash, they will not back down for the fight. Probably just gonna chase them down anyway, but XERXIA's on the other end, so Team Flash have to be extra careful about picking their spot here.
Definitely have to do so. A lot of these teams are also cutting across the fields, so you don't want to be caught up in between certain teams out there. The X has been able to pin down Mormon, and he's going to be left alone for now. A little bit traveling for the rest of the FaZe Clan members who are inside of their own compound. So this is definitely going to be a tough ordeal to go in for the save, while DX will be looking for that chance to look for their first point of Arangel.
The save is... This is a bit unusual, by the way. We get to see them last time when they actually do try to engage and initiate fight way early on during first and second stage. It didn't work out so well for them. So I want to see if they can actually execute this time. They will just finalize their best formula if that happens. Because when it comes to position-wise, predicting the circle, you're pretty darn good.
They definitely are. Meanwhile, Mr. Joe all alone, needing to deal with the rest of Alter Ego. This is not going to be an easy task for a member of NKT as the full squad is piling their way through the staircase, and there's only so little room for him to actually hold out, but somehow, by the corner of the balcony, he's trying to take this fight. but Rosemary will still find that opening kill for the side of Alter Ego and spots out the rest of NKT.
Triple F in trouble, got himself a rock, but lucky for the side of NKT, Alter Ego will be the one that actually chipped down by the blue zone first. They can gatekeep, but they're not in the safe space either. Triple F need to just leave right now. The best condition, right? If for NKT, just go in for an inner circle and just gatekeep them from the inner circle instead. But Alter Ego, do they have vehicles? Can they exit out? It feels like Rosemary have a grudge against Triple F.
They definitely do. Triple F just wants to get out of the way because the blue zone's already closing in. Maybe look for a different alternative when they get themselves into the zone where they can slowly gatekeep the rest of Alter Ego. Alter Ego is going to take the long way route, as they do note for the fact that this is going to be hard to bypass into the areas of Mount Gatka. Well, PIGMY Esports is going to be holding on to hospital grounds while they eventually will be looking for a push towards the side of the X. A lot more teams over in north and the south, so maybe a little bit more leeway, but BTR almost getting caught out there by Kwang.
Kwang, Team Flash, they need to leave. Staying in the blue zone will not be as forgiving because of how small the circle and just so many choke points later and right on top of that circle. Just on the northern side of ruins, by the way. Speaking of which, these Avis, Gatka Mountain is still in the circle. Whoever tried to fight for Gatka Mountain, it's going to be super worth it. You can just farm elimination numbers from there, but they have to make sure they have enough resources to pop the smoke in case this new contender tries to take away the Gatka Mountains from their hands.
Indeed, and the only team that could basically be putting up the challenge onto seizing that control over the Gatka Mountain is going to be PIGMY Esports, whereas the rest of the teams are looking to take a little bit more of that defensive pole inside of North Georgia Pole, where you see a couple of all these multi-story buildings where they could just seek refuge for the meantime. Pondbit now needing to deal with these two members of Talon moving by this area, but Talon definitely has been very disciplined into not going past certain areas of an open field. Speaking of that fight that could potentially happen, even Alter Ego has joined in from the back, tried to take control of this Mount Gatka as well.
Now, last time we saw these Avis do actually take the other end of the side of Gatka Mountains. Now, PIGMY actually arrived here first. That's going to be a good sign for Alter Ego to back off. If you're late on top of the Gatka Mountain, there's no way for you to fight it out, especially if there's two teams up here. PIGMY giving out warning shots, a bit unhappy that the side of Alter Ego tried to take them away. But I'm not sure where these Avis is at right now, because it seems like they're not way too near towards PIGMY. Maybe the moment circle shifted away in stage number 3, they decided, you know what, we don't want to take the Gatka Hills. It's not going to be worth it because it will not be the last few circles, because usually these Avis, they always play in the center instead.
Yeah, I think that is a very good measure coming in from the side of the X, knowing that majority of all these players are also not going to be around, so plenty of opportunities to be sieged. Meanwhile, Alter Ego, the moment that they have moved into the regions of South George, they find themselves a couple more targets in the form of Vampire Esports, who's still looking around the warehouses. A tough one to crack, but Alter Ego, they're happy enough to take some of all these high ground areas to cover what's happening over onto the north as well. Meanwhile, Elva is also by these containers while the rest of Team Flash advancing their chances to pick off members from the side of PIGMY Esports, but they trade back. Hobbit with the sharp shots, and there's a lot more going on. And look at that circle, it's still split 50-50.
It's going to be major choke points on top of those two bridges, left and the center of the circle there. While Morph is still trying to find himself way into the zone, while Team Flash will gatekeep, saying goes to the side of boom! I don't see a way for Team Flash to survive this one with only Kwang remaining as their solo player. While Morph also trying to figure out, scratching their heads right now, how to get in there. Do they have enough smoke? It's going to be crucial for them to have those smokes right now. And I don't think Boom will want to leave anytime soon, but the circle might probably will shift later on. So they start to make a bit of a migration, or maybe they're just going to push all the way towards Morph. But we have back towards the Gatka Mountain. The fight is still commencing.
And the rest of Unit Alliance, they're going for that 2-2 split as well. This is going to be looking a little bit awkward while they do have Billbot being taken down already. What a flush it has been. That may clips onto Unit Alliance. This is going to be tough for the side of Leon. They need to actually go for a reset. I think Luke has been knocked down as well from the back. PIGMY winning the trades, but the nades are looking sublime. IQOO just ending another member's side of Yudo Alliance, leaving only one more standing in the way. It's going to be Jovenki that will falter instead. Yudo Alliance actually wins it out.
That nade just now coming from Yudo Alliance turned the table around against PIGMY while they were losing. This is just how important nades can be during some dire and such as sticky circumstances. On the side of Boom, they're digging their own grave. They push all the way to the side of Morph just now, and now they taste a bit of their bitter medicine by their own hands. Sleepy spot out Razy knocked down, but from the back, LZ seems to be interested in taking the points away from afar.
Yeah, he's being pinned by the corner of his vehicle, and there's just no escaping that grenade. Boom Esports looking so clean so far, and they will be able to get themselves 10 frags in this match. What a run it has been. And Vampire Esports, they only take refuge right underneath the bridge. A lot of teams have done so in the past, trying to clear off Tony K. He's all alone, but it's definitely going to take a while.
Tony K versus Tony K. Now this is going to be fun. Look at who's the OG here. Is it going to be Tony K or Tony K? Tony K, you have to prove yourself now. Alter Ego, unfortunately, will have to shut down on their run with those hefty points. They're down to 2 eliminations, but at least, sorry to say, no elimination points and no placement points since we still have 11 teams in such a small circle. But FaZe, they're not happy with Tony K, definitely. Tony K is the OG, but Tony K, can he turn things around? Infinity, well, that's going to be the last member, just taking a bit of dive, and Fluke will shut him down. Now, we do know which one is the OG by now.
That's definitely for certain Tony K. It's going to be his teammates that he relies on to take on his imposter, if you may say. But Tony, I think they tried their level best to even survive to tell the tale. Only managing a top 11 finish for the side of the Infinity. Meanwhile, BTR, they got themselves some really good lookout points at the very least. Spotting one member out of the side of XERXIA, or should I say 3. Now, more pressure falling on those grenades. Did not land perfectly onto members of Yudo Alliance. Meanwhile, they managed to drop one, and seems like the God has already got himself into a sticky situation. We don't really expect NKT to just rush right through, but they are. Shadows does actually pin onto the side of Triple F, giving a little bit more of a chance for Yudo Alliance to hold even longer.
But unfortunately, Yudo Alliance seems to be caught themselves while they're migrating, shot down by the vehicles, if I'm not mistaken, with those explosions just now. But Engage it is Spider Tan, girls and boys. Can he do it by himself? Why not? With a shotgun, but never mind. Well, valiant effort on the side of NKT. Spider Tan, you are definitely not the biggest spider too scared of the rest of Yudo Alliance. Well, there's going to be some reset on Yudo Alliance. They need to make it quick because Vampires is just too close next to them.
Yeah, looking a little bit more like Incy Pinsy Spider right there. The moment that he arrived, oh, that's a nade coming in as well. I believe that to be coming from BPE. Schweppes getting another knock onto Yudo Alliance while the rest of TALON got caught up against the rest of Boom Esports. And they've been looking so clean so far. Yoru's got nowhere to run, nowhere to hide. Just getting himself a little cover, but that's not quite it. Pobbit strikes yet again, adding into 4. And this team is just rampaging up the north.
Now, speaking of talent, they're down to last player, which is going to be Misery. We saw him trying to navigate himself into the center here, trying to drive as fast as he can. But we talked about Yudo Alliance. Seems to me they have some difficulty to spot themselves or have their hands on any of first aid. They couldn't find too much first aid within those so many boxes. Those boxes are broke, by the way. Now, that's going to be unfortunate, but Talon last play, Misery finished off around his migration back towards the very small tower. I think Yudo Alliance will survive for now, but Vampires and FaZe is going to be next.
It's been back-to-back bad rounds for Talon Esports, not finding any elimination points at all, but at least here in round 2, they do have a few points in terms of placement. But that's not going to be enough while the rest of Vampire Esports are now trying to push through. FaZe Clan setting up against their usual competitors back in the PMPL Thai region. As we see the exchange of nades go through, a lot of resources expended here by the corner bridge, whereas FaZe Clan, they will try to actually get a little bit more of those angles from under the bridge instead.
Now, I would be worried for sort of Empires if they don't spot out. I think that's going to be Kwang, the last player of Team Flash. He's definitely across the other side of the river. If Vampires want to swim over towards the other side, try to dock themselves, that's going to be Kwang trying to gain as much elimination as he can before he will go down against all the other teams out there. But for Vampires, they're going to take the bridge for the fight. FaZe Clan giving such a tremendous pressure with nades galore replying from one to the other team. Vampires, they try to spot out the players that are actually swimming down, but FaZe Clan will be the one that have to budge first. The blue zone was closer from there, and while we're actually looking at Boom might actually potentially score the chicken here without any contest on the north.
Well, they're just pretty much stuck for the meantime. Thankfully, this region is still going to be having a little bit more area of play before it closes out in half a minute or so. Tony K still holding on. Now, this is going to be a really good angle for the members of BPE that has been around the corner. Tony K as well, Shreps need to be on the lookout here. Shreps goes down. And now this is a chance for FaZe Clan to bypass.
Ventura is trying to spot out the knocked out members of Empires, and Fluke trying to climb himself back up. Ventura, he doesn't have any space out there. Barely actually just scraped through the slope spot for Ventura. Finally found it out by Tony K. Here comes the DBS at work, and it seems like almost an impossible task for the side of FaZe Clan to get out from the trench, but we do have a different contender from the sides. It's going to be D-Save shooting from afar, and it's going to be trouble for both FaZe Clan and Vampires at the same time.
Yeah, they're pretty much stuck in this rut, and there's really not much spacing to go. Just hoping that these stray grenades will land onto the side of Flukif, and perhaps Mela will eventually get that spacing for Onses to also swim through. Eventually, Shreps goes down. But for the meantime, VP is just hanging by a thread, and it's gonna be Boom that wipes away members inside of XERXIA, only leaving one standing in the way. Boom Esports in absolute control, whereas with so much time being bought, Utilize finally finds a little bit more spacing to push forward. And Yummy, he's going for the spray. He does get tagged up from another angle. He has to fall back. XERXIA eliminated at 8.
Kwang, on the other hand, holding on quite great by himself there and trying to steal a couple of eliminations from the side, but it's going to be tough with a very small shack for himself. Onzen's bleeding out. Here comes a nade! Clip on down to 50% of Fluke. Well, Onzen's also just screaming for help. It's down to Mela to do all the work for FaZe Clan. But for the next circle, in less than 1 minute and 10 seconds, he needs to figure out, can he actually save his teammate for Mela? Plus, need to get out from the trench here later on. Well, we do have BTL versus D-Zavis on the other side of a bridge. Now, BTR seems like they've been denied their entrance towards the safe zone by the hands of D-Zavis, plus another team across them as well. That's going to be Boom.
Yeah, this is definitely a Boom Esports game. We were looking at it. They already eliminated almost half of the entire lobby right now. Now spotting out Kwang, hiding right behind that broken vehicle as well as the shack. His tiny little angles that he tries to look for, but Yummy is also being tagged from across the river. He's got to take a look out because Lafayette has already made his way past, and he gets a little bit of glimpse, but not quite able to actually go in for the trading. Yummy still got a couple of grenades, 4 frag grenades in total, so he could still pile on the pressure, and he can go for multiple restocks. He's got resources for days.
True to that, he got quite a number of death boxes laying around, and it's pretty convenient for him. It's like just next to him there's a convenience store, and it was absolutely free for him as well. Now Boom rushing in, pushing to a set of BTR, trying to finish off the entire crew. That's gonna be the last member, Satar. Oh sorry, it's Lapar down there, still swimming. Now they also still hovering around the edge of the circle, so Boom, they definitely dominated on the northern side just now, going down to the south, but nobody's in the center except for Kwang. Now if Kwang actually scores the chicken here by the end of this map, I have nothing else to say. The door is that way. I'm just gonna walk out, by the way.
Well, wherever you walk, it's still gonna be your home, nevertheless. So that's gonna be fine. Meanwhile, Flukif will count his days out. 7th place finish. VPE doing so much better this time around. Meanwhile, Udo Lions, they have had that tenacity to pull through here into the top 6. Still looking for a top 4 finish as well. Jimmy still looking by the waters as they do know that there's gonna be some lurkers somewhere in between. As Leon has already crossed over to the bridge, but Palm is locking him into position. Doesn't seem like any team can actually challenge VOIN Esports.
They got themselves quite a prime spot as a start for the Xavier Shadows, or aka Levi. I have to remind you guys multiple times there. But for Lapa, I don't think that he can make it through, but he tried to swim as fast as possible, like a frog. He tried to make as much as he can and try to butterfly himself into the safe zone, while Team Flash lasted long enough to be in the top 6. We're down to 20 elimination. Are you kidding me?
Yep, that's what I've been talking about. These guys, they need to just wipe the entire lobby clean, and it will look like it will be so. I'm not too sure about Clown, how much more damage can he do by the corner of Shack, but even Paragen has been spotted out. The Savior, they're just hoping to buy time, just like FaZe Clan, just like BTR, and this is just going to be tough. Shadow next to fall, and Lapar, he's still swimming. How long more?
Yummy May is so hungry, he just aimed for more. He himself, 12 elimination, make it 13. My god, he's breaking the record. Boom! Now breaking the record of RRQ, they scored 22. This is the most across the entirety of PMSL history right now. They are taking it more. What can stop this, guys? This is not a beast. This is not a monster. This is just the end of the world for all the other teams out there. They are the Judgment Day. This is Boom Esports, ladies and gentlemen.
Well, it's time to change our predictions because we counted them out from the prediction end, but they will make themselves known. U2 Alliance, if they can't find anybody by the water, they will end up in the top 2. Somehow it's been really awkward for BTR as well as that one member of FaZe Clan, Mela, that has been right in between, but shots are being fired. Pombit looking for even more. And Boom Esports, consider it done and dusted. Lapar, he's just gonna drown. While Jimmy OP, he's gonna look for more. U2 Alliance does have him to be able to actually go for a trade. And somehow, nobody spots Mela, and Mela strikes back! U2 Alliance only secures turn finish.
Boom. It's gonna be 24. 24 eliminations. Are you freaking kidding me? 34 points in total. That's breaking all the numbers out there. They're breaking the physics and law of PUBG Mobile. Not that we have physics in PUBG Mobile, by the way, but boom! What a bombastic boom boom bang performance, and this is Yummy May taking the reign as the kings of the most elimination in one single round by one individual play, but as a team, my god, 24.
Unbelievable. Absolutely unbelievable. There's no words to describe what went on, but it was just boom at its finest, taking on everybody as they go. As we will take a look at the stats, just look at how crazy it was. And Yummy has gotten so much in this match itself that I don't know, you can just send this guy to take on everybody else, and they have just basically scored about 3 chicken dinners in this round itself.
This is scary. This is just how, I don't know why, I don't know what happened to Boom. They've been quiet for the entire week number 2. This is something that's so baffling. How did this guy actually play? What did he see? He's not wearing his spectacles, right? He's not wearing his glasses. I see like an X-ray. This guy is just like Superman. He can see through all the structures in between, but he still didn't break the record for the gunslinger when it comes to the individual with the most damage. He just did, I think. When it comes to distance, this guy has been run and gun for Boom. Like travel distance, still gonna give it up to BTR, but when it comes to distance, how far did they rotate themselves just to finish and demolish all the other teams from behind? But we're gonna rewatch. How did Boom score 34 points in this map?
And that was a bombastic round. Boom Esports with a record-setting 34-pointer run here in Erangel and see themselves claim such a massive amount of points in map number 2. And Udo Lions somehow have been able to pull off quite the defense by that sniper bunker to still pull in 12 points in total, putting the Malaysian team up pretty close on the standings. And FaZe Clan here will be tied with BTR with 9 points. Same goes to Vampire Esports.
Now for Vampires, their one single round map equivalent to last week, the whole Super Sunday point gather. Now that's definitely a very good improvement. That also means when it comes to high frag number on the first page, we have a lot of zeros plus very minimal amount of points for each team on the second page as well. TALON and KT, the Infinity, cannot score anything out of this. They might actually be one of the victims by Boom Esports. And also, just a bit of an update for the gunslinger for the entire team. I think it's actually not breaking the numbers yet, but this is going to be record holder for now. Boom, with 24 eliminations, shoot themselves all the way to number 1. And if you want to know the overall standings for the league points, they're definitely number 1 as well.
Yeah, it's just astounding how much they've gathered in that one particular round. And of course, we see improvements coming from a few teams such as FaZe Clan, Vampire Esports, as well as Udo Lions moving into the top 5 ratios. Whereas the Savior, they did really well in this matchup, but they didn't gather enough points to book out. Therefore, they're being pushed down a little bit more, and the points are now tallied together with Sem9, who's currently moved into 7. A drastic dip because they didn't manage to score too much in this round itself. PIGMY is still going to be within a safe ratio. Some teams have not really got their engines running heading into this Erangel, so hopefully match 3 will see a better record coming from these guys.
When it comes to the second page later on, we're looking at some teams which are going to be there having their first Super Sunday. But these Xavier, surprisingly, I might actually jinx them. I might actually do jinx them with my triple prediction for these Xavier. Sorry for that. But TALON did not score anything yet across 2 matches. Now, well, Morph having 0.5 an average for 2 maps in a row right now. They definitely need a bit of a comeback down there. At least Infinity have average of 1 point per map. Maybe due to how aggressive Boom actually brew up. They did not just cook. They fried, they roast, they barbecued everybody else. It's just everybody else is a kebab for yummy in that one particular map. But I just hope they don't drop it cool for the next one.
Yeah, it really felt like it was a nuclear reaction that just went on into the map of Erangel earlier on, where they just wiped out half of the competition just by themselves. But how do we even compare these stats, my guy? Like, Udo Lions, sure, Leon definitely did very well, but look at that, Yummy with just about 500 extra over damage. He is so efficient that every single time he goes in for caps, he's just going to be able to score points. That's 14 versus 5 in general.
Look at the smirk on Yummy's face. Just 14, man. Just 14. You
Just
know,
14.
you guys always had that as a team. I have this by myself. Now, Boom didn't actually break the record when it comes to damage output of the gunslinger for the team, because the highest is still 3899. They got actually just slightly lower than that, which means they actually played so smart. If you compare it with Vampire Esports, this is yet their best Super Sunday round, and it's not even half of what Boom actually just displayed to us to their performance. But for Udo Lions and BTR, it was quite a feat as well. But Boom, frags, those are going to be just grenade. Out of the 57 throwables they had, 24 out of the 57 just hand grenades. Oh, never mind, that's going to be the eliminations. If you want to compare with the second page, it's just so different, Contra.
It's really different, and it made it look as if Vampire's 8, Udo Lions 7, as well as 5 from BTR look so meager, right? And when we take a look at it again, like Boom Esports, they were the kings of the north. Teams tried to bypass that section in order to take control of certain parts of the circle, but they just deny it overall. Even when DX tries to cross the river, they scout it all out. And then this is just that perfect eye view where all these teams were pretty much scattered all across, already being weighted down from those battles that they take. So Boom Esports, they were super efficient on their attack.
I agree when it comes to the prime position, and also they place themselves such a good spot, but so far it has been Indonesian domination by Alter Ego and Boom. This can be back to its week 1 performance during the group stage. I don't know who will take away the wrangle. Hopefully it's going to be the Xaviers. Now that's going to be a fun triangle fight. A different tier of teams entirely be up there if the Xaviers finally land the chicken on the wrangle. But speaking of which, you saw the highlight just now. It feels like so casual for the side of Boom. Oh, there's somebody there. Pew pew. Oh, the moment they swing is oh, there's somebody there too. Pew pew. Poppin and Yummy just having fun. Just oh, another one. Yeah, it's like so carefree and just casually swings all over the place.
Yeah, I think that Yummy definitely has the most fun because he basically snatches it all away from his teammates as well. It's like, okay, they communicate in Indonesian, of course, like, oh, here, there. It's like, the moment that you say here, he already claims it, you know? That is how efficient they've been so far. Now, can they basically reenact what they pulled through in this round heading into the upcoming 2 battles inside the wrangle? We'll definitely have to see, because I'm pretty sure that the other teams were so unhappy with what went on. They don't even stand a chance to claim those facet points for their own because of how dominant Boom Esports was. And we're still looking at teams that have pretty much single digits through the past 2 rounds that need to pull up a little bit more. So anywhere from the 10th position all the way down to 16, I still say it's anyone's game to still reap rewards out of, because that's about, what, 4 points in order to make it into the top 10.
I personally feel like when it comes to placement of week number 2, it don't really matter. Is the biggest focus point for the teams right now is just trying to garner as much point as possible when it comes to the Super Sunday, because you have to, don't forget about week 1 Super Sunday, you have to plus the week 2 Super Sunday to see the overall rankings and another week later on. So it's all about trying to gain as much point as possible for the teams out there. But speaking of Boom, that's something else entirely. I don't know. It feels like they're being possessed. They're possessed by something else. Definitely something possessed Yummy too, because he looks so calm for today. That's so different if you compare with group stage Boom. We thought they dropped the ball, but it's a different ball game entirely.
Yeah, it really felt like they saved the best for last, right? Like, where was this Boom that we're looking for during the group stages? I think that they didn't really want to stretch too much of their muscle during those stages, and yeah, so long as we qualify, we're just gonna go all out on Sunday. And this is the team that actually meant what they say, versus, you know, like, oh, we're gonna make adjustments and stuff, and then we come up with the same results. Of course, we heard the same old from some guys out there, but end of the day, a lot of all these games really goes down to circumstances. Less than a minute, we're gonna be jumping into another one. I'm so excited for this.
If Boom actually do the same sort of play, just like how we do have a bit of support for Lapa and Soxy, it seems like the legendary Tachibana Quiz will be back here. I assume both Luxy and Soxy will be playing this one. Now, just now, there's no chance for other teams. Now, it's all Boom spotlight. It will be different here this time. Will Boom still scores another? Let's just jump straight into it.
Here we go into our third match of the Super Sunday here. Thank you for joining us in the PUBG Mobile Super League Southeast Asia. And if you may have actually missed out on that first game, make sure you just tune back into the thoughts, because Boom Esports is here to dominate. Now, as we take a look at the flight path, we're starting off from Limbaka, heading into the south side of Primos and Sumatra with third base. So I wonder what's going to go down here, because things are going to be tough for them to reach to the region that they want to.
Well, it's all about the circle. No matter where they drop themselves, the circle is going to be tough for them. It's going to be the end, by the way. But speaking of which, just now, I think they're very aware regarding their surrounding, how the rotation of Boom did get themselves the majority factor of the winning point chicken in the plus those big numbers of 24 eliminations. But across the board, we still have Rosemary out there. I feel like Yummy probably around the 5th place here.
Yeah, and we'll take a look at that in a moment's time. And it's going to be Yummy here with a high ratio of number of elimination points. I think like that round definitely has boosted some of all these stats overall. as much as Yoru is on number 2, we don't really see too much of that. And this is going to be a hot drop as we see RQ getting pretty much peppered already. It's Boom Esports here to terrorize them.
Another knife there by Yummy. My god, these guys, they are having fun, definitely. I don't know, but seems like they're on a good roll here for the side of Boom. They are steamrolling this one. Yummy May, without any weapon, knifed away RRQ members just now. We just had the drop, and he finished off No Mercy as well, leaving RRQ with only 2 players left. Just scat the heck out of RRQ player.
Oh man, not like this. I didn't expect it to happen to RRQ. They've already had a rough run in 2 times in a row. Remember, even in that previous run, they were the ones to take out RRQ as well. Logan needing to go on a 1v1. We got the vector in the hands of Flippy. Meanwhile, Logan doesn't really have weapons. He's just running around. There's just nowhere to hide. So Morph is going to claim their first point. Without Logan, things are going to be a little bit difficult for Infinity.
Oh, here comes another tourniquet, but he's reserved down to only 4 with the Vector, but at least he's landed some pistols, if I'm not mistaken. Maybe a couple of ammunition around the corner. Yep, there you go. But for tourniquet, he got himself an AK. And do you want to fight against your Vector? Yeah, Flippy got himself a Bison, switch it over to M16 as well. So both players do have rifles. But for the side of Morph, I don't know if they actually know that somebody else sharing.
Flippy might actually get a good idea of where Fernie is gonna be at because he's been running around. Now the rest of Infinity has arrived to the scene, so Flippy has got to take on this fight. If he could basically pick one out, that would be great, but first he's got the AK in hand, a lot of damage being dealt as he goes in for the jump shot. Beautifully executed, but there's gonna be a retaliation coming from the rest of the members of Morph.
Infinity. Tiger Act. Still fighting back. 30k's not been spotted out yet. This might be the turning point here. Infinity actually turned the table around. As Morph, despite he got himself some advantage early on with 1 player of Infinity being eliminated, that was Logan early on. But it feels like Morph in shambles, limb by limb, taken out the rest of Infinity, and they're trying to figure out where are the remainders of Morph. And right now they're being broken, forced to break a deformation. Yeah, splitting themselves way far apart from each other.
Yeah, that wasn't exactly the cleanest fight that we're looking at from the side of Morph. And as much as Flippy has garnered 1, of course, the trades didn't really went his way after the rest of Infinity had regrouped, so it definitely caught them by surprise. Even sending 1 member to come in for the exchange didn't seem like it has worked out, so the Indonesian team currently stuck with only 1 point from that previous round, and now only getting 1 more from that 1 trade. Honestly, it wasn't worth it to commit into these early engagements. And we go back into RRQ, right? They both are on monster trucks, passing by ruins. This is going to be a very familiar circle as compared to what they just played out in that previous run. So I think that a lot of teams will have pretty much the right ideas of how to play this, just needing to watch out for Boom Esports later.
Since nothing is happening right now, how about we have a bit of a segue? Now, imagine, I do know you guys in the chat also kind of, this is going to be the dream team. I agree. Yummy, Red Face. For me, it's going to be Red Face, right? Yummy, Red Face, Rosemary, plus Napeko. It's going to be incredible if this 4 actually stacked up. And hopefully one day, just a show match, right? Like, we might actually hopefully one day PUBG Mobile do have this the PUBG Mobile Star Challenge once more, where it's going to be a different format this time, where all the star players of each region across the entire world will pick from different team top fraggers. And that one, like example, the one that I mentioned just now from Indonesia, probably going to be Rosemary plus Yummy plus Napeko plus Red Face as a team. And then a different region is going to be sending out their best 4 fraggers across all the other teams as well. Imagine how that's going to be a fun show match.
It definitely will be fun. Now, what if it's from Thailand? If it's going to be Thailand, I would pick...
Tony K, definitely.
Tony K is definitely on the list. I'm not sure if Nuzi is going to be a good addition to this, but we haven't seen too much from Nuzi, so I would pick Onsense. He's been doing pretty okay for himself. those two more that you will add from Thailand?
Tony K plus Tony K. That's a must. That's a must at this point. You have to put that together.
Yeah.
That's gonna be fun to watch. I mean, like Tony K will be like, watch this brother, lunch bringer master, you know, that kind of stuff. But we do have these Xaviers. Nate spotting out, say, more from the pound to the fire in the open field of guard combat. At least I think these Xaviers might go for this engagement. If they actually force themselves into it, they can secure these 2 eliminations here.
Yeah, on this wide field, maybe they may not look to really commit to that, but if they can get these early pickups, it's definitely going to supplement their run heading into that late game. Boom Esports this time will go deeper into the territories of South Georgia Pool as they take over that previous position that DX has held out from. So things are looking a little bit more interesting on their approaches. They don't want to repeat the same things twice because that is easily read by other teams. Whereas BTR, they take this safe journey across Pachinki, might be looking into moving into the Gatko region instead. So we will expect a lot of teams to be on this territory. So hopefully BTR now with the changes that they brought forward, with having a veteran like Zuxi to amp up the firepower, I think things are going to look a little bit better.
I was a bit disappointed with BTR lineup here right now because I was looking forward for Zuxi and Luxi both playing, but I feel like this actually the stack they have in mind when it comes to swapping in and out Zuxi with Lapar just now. Zuxi and Gen Force is the pair, while Zuxi and Luxi and Lapar is the other pair. So I feel like they cannot actually put all both teams in, both twins in the same lineup. So that might be the case. We had a couple of rounds or maps that we do have both Tachibana twins played, but it didn't turn out so well by the end of the map.
And I guess that there's still a lot for them to figure out, where a lot of all these guesses into Gatka has paid off for a majority of the teams. It's going to be FaZe Clan that will take control of Mount Gatka for now. XERXIA is going to look to join in the party, whereas the rest of Boom is going to secure a better angle into the city of South George. Now, what's interesting to note is that DX, they're playing on the south side of Mount Gatka, and just across, there's going to be another squad that's going to be waiting in the wings. So access to the mountains absolutely cut off for teams that are going to move in a little later.
This is going to be a slightly very similar circle to the last Erangel map as well. We do have this sort of rotations before, so I can assume that if Boom actually go the same navigation, they probably will, but we have difference at this time. The 7-9 is still alive. He just crossed himself the bridge. XERXIA is following their tails quite closely behind, but on around the North Jogapol side, I think 7-9 will have some issues up there as well because we heard gunfires on the other side, but it's actually these Xaviers taking one of the BTR players down. Channing was in trouble. And speaking of, never mind, from these Xaviers to Alter Ego, pick your poison. Pick your poison, BTR.
And at the very least, it's just going to be a clean pickup coming from the side of Alter Ego. One member down from the side of BTR, whereas M9, they got themselves a little bit of pressure coming from XERXIA as they managed to bypass that, and now looking to be holding firm into the territories of South George. BTR, they decided, okay, we've already lost one member. We don't want to rotate anywhere else. This is just going to be a firm hold from now until teams actually cut across these corners. TALON Esports, just closer into ruins, where the members of BTR are still having the discipline to just check these corners, whereas another 2 members from the side of TALON are looking to push upwards.
Now TALON, they had a bombastic round. Not the Boom, they're not Boom, so they cannot get bombastic. So I guess TALON had a great run when it comes to last chance stage yesterday, but feels like things have been quite different when we do have Boom, Alter Ego, the Xaviers, and Vampire in the lineup too. So it feels like they are readjusting the positions and the game strategy when it comes to the timing of rotations as well. It seems like they need slightly more time. Maybe we can see a bit of a comeback when it comes to the second half of the map of the day, but probably they're just going to start to sync up right now. But for Vampires, Tony K is down. 7-9 shot them from quite a far distance, but I don't think they can finish him off in an instant. Yeah, Tony K on the other hand, do they have any teammate nearby for Vampires?
They do have a few members nearby. They should be able to go in for the rescue. Whereas M9, after the knock, they are trying to send Loyu into a deeper region to actually challenge the rest of Vampire Esports. But they held back. They do know that the new circle will be appearing, and teams are being forced into playing across the hospital, Geographical grounds, as well as Mount Gatka. Now, let's see who's going to be the king of the mountains later on. As the rest of these squads are still trying to traverse their way in, and it will be a lot tougher for them to deal with all the surmounting pressure. As you see, the rest of BTR, they're on the wheels again, immediately getting tackled by Mela.
Bull Embrace and Mela still trying to shoot with the red dot just now. And this should be FaZe Clan circle, by the way. It's going to be their domination of the town, but can they actually stop all the teams from pushing towards their side? And speaking of which, we have another team engaging here. PIGMY down to only 3 players left with Billboard leading out. Now Joe spotted out Straps. He didn't actually see his flanks, but Tony K got another knockdown that saved slightly and then by condition here. Well, Tony K trying to finish off the rest of the members that have been knocked down early on, but there's another team from the side, or was it another player that actually having to butt in from the flank side? PIGMY down to only Dimsy, while Tony K and Fluke will go in. Alliance is yet to take things away.
Yeah, and it's the perfect time for them to strike as a third party. Vampire Esports saved by the bell. PIGMY turning tails to run away from this kerfuffle. And Jimmy supplementing with such a long-range cover on that Mini 14. Things are looking good for the side of the Udo Lions. They pick up 3 points. PIGMY is already out. No points gathered. Whereas, with a weakened side of Vampire Esports, Udo Lions is hoping to pry this fight open.
Tony K, he was hoping to secure those eliminations against PIGMY just now. Stolen away by Udo Lions in the very last minute. Managed to knock them down. So much effort being put in, but now they are in trouble. Udo Lions spreading out as a triangle. We do have the 4th player, Jimmy, coming up from behind. This is going to be the bane for Vampires. There's no way out. They're cornered down and boxed in. I think will go in for the rush, and Vampires, well, Jimmy OP at least got knocked down from Vampires. Luke managed to take one out, but not securing, translated to points yet. But Vampires still have the fight in them. We do have another visitor coming ahead. It's going to be NKT next.
And now only down to Adik Luke. That push was unsuccessful. Now it's going to be 2 up for the side of Vampire Esports. Thanks to the heroics of Tony K! He will just obliterate the Malaysian side of Udo Alliance. Oh, that was reckless coming from Jimmy. We thought that he's just going to take an angle. He went directly into the crossfire of Vampire Esports.
What a defense coming up from the side of Vampires, fighting 2 teams back to back, and now it's gonna be the 3rd team, which is gonna be NKT, and they down to only 2 players left, and the nade will clip down on Fluke, and it's gonna be a tough one to save him by now. It's kind of a red light for Vampire to just back away for now, because the Blues start to reach out to their side, and they're pretty low themselves, and KT on the other end, forcing them to still fight it away. Tony K grabbed himself with an M416, now sprayed over to a side of Dagot is down, and despite it being charged in back to back by 3 teams, Tony K and Strap still holding on.
That's right, it's already 6 points for the side of Vampire Esports. They managed to still dance around through those grenades, but this one will clip towards Tony. Now, down to Schweppes, 1 versus 2. It's only by the truck, and he will be able to get some bullets in. And now facing up against Spartan. Can he actually hold the line? He will not. Spider-Tan will eventually wipe away all of the vampires. And now this will be a clean passage for them. But what a fight from FaZe Clan.
What a defense, by the way, from Vampires. Vampires, just now, it was remarkable. I have to say, that was one heck of a defense. It's just unfortunate that finally Tony K got clipped down by that one nade to change everything off. But still, they scored themselves 6 eliminations thanks to triple teams that came in back-to-back. NKT also haven't faced themselves heavy casualty out of that results from the fights just now, down to only 2 players plus the blue zone as well. So how to get in without being harmed by all the other teams? D Xavier's put it out, but Alter Ego, here comes another one.
And quickly as it goes, Hans for you just clips onto Parajin alongside with Octa as they go in for the chase. Rosemary just goes for the drive-by, getting all of this vital information on every member of DX, but he gets taken down very quickly by Shadow the moment upon arrival. And damage being done through the smokes. Octa, he will still have to check your windows. And there's just nowhere to be safe. Lambo will finish the job. DX absolutely clean as they take away rest of Alter Ego.
Oh, here comes FaZe Clan. Here comes FaZe Clan. They're hoping to just clean up the crew of the Xaviers here, but they're a bit too late because the Xaviers don't really need to reset themselves. Their HP is pretty healthy. Lamborghini heard those audio cues. Hello, and a peekaboo to Mormon, probably, but Mormon's still not moving. I don't know if Lambo actually spotted Mormon just next to him. And lucky enough, Lambo kind of have a hunch that not to overexpose himself. Onson's on there then on the watch. Now on the side of FaZe Clan, they want to take down this team. This is going to be the opportunity for them to push their numbers up with those eliminations. So far scored only 1. Despite they try to camp out on top of this gut mountain for the longest time, there's not much visitors passing by. And this is the only opportunity they can get because the Blue Zone will close from the Xavier side first.
True enough, and they're just holding by the spine of the hill, waiting for the right moment to strike down members aside of the Savior. FaZe Clan not gonna be budging anytime soon. And early on in the VPA fight, I just yelled out FaZe Clan for what reason? Then I remember, oh, okay, Tony KS swap sides. And on the other part of the map, it's gonna be RRQ that finds one. It's only going to be knocked for now. Wonder what really happens on the other side of the region. The rest of DX are on wheels again. There is going to be XERXIA holding into the south side of George, as he's going to be the Lone Ranger here. And immediately being met with the retaliation as Nate T makes it quick. BTR 0.
I don't think BTR, that one last play, can hold the ground there by himself. He tried to hide himself at a plain sight, but unfortunately, it happened to be a lot of the crossing for the teams out there. These Avis on the other hand, at least those Ditch will try to cover themselves with the terrain so far to just temporarily cover them with the help of the smoke. Of the circle, we go. It's going to be right on top of Hospital. Well, a lot of the players will need to go to Hospital after this map, because of how brutal the game has been, starting off so aggressively since stage number 1. But next is going to be RRQ versus RRQ. Despite their aggressiveness actually across the entirety of week 2 has been incredible, but when it comes to Super Sunday, they can't even breathe out here.
Yeah, and they're just taking some safe refuge for now. And with that circle closing into the deeper areas of the warehouse, they don't really have vehicles per se to actually go for a quick rotation. Therefore, they're just taking this fight against the side of XERXIA. They gotta quickly go in for the pickup, and XERXIA will be able to do so. With only 3 members, and then Paco has got that grenade. He pops it perfectly! And it's just go time for the side of Earths. There's just not much spacing for him to work with. I think he knows where exactly Nepico is at. This grenade, hold out, and he just goes in for peek! A 1-for-1, but of course the Pecco gets the better trait in the end.
Where is RNJ? RNJ is a bit too far. Asa will be the one that arrived first and spot out Z, but he will try to revive his mate first. FaZe Clan, on the other hand, have to face the wrath of TALON from the elevations of Gakka Mountains. And despite FaZe Clan do actually dominate over this Gakka Mountain first, unfortunately, they cannot hold long enough. TALON overtaking their compound, but next is going to be D-Xaviers gatekeeping on TALON Misery here. Now, for the side of these Xaviers, they actually scored a couple of eliminations. Yoru down, Talon's in trouble, down to probably the healthiest of them all, which can be Misery. But for Spider, now look at the crawling Spider on top of the rooftop just now, but didn't score anything yet.
Yeah, and eventually we'll see maybe a little bit more. But for Talon, they're working with very, very tight angles through the forest while the Savior is being rushed by the rest of Team Flash. Goes in for the drop shot. Lambo looking for the second one, but will not have enough time to react. Team Flash just strike them down in a bolt of lightning, as there is still going to be a member of DX just pulling through, trying to retrieve any form of info as can. But I don't think that Shadow's going to be able to offer much. Here comes Boom!
Are you kidding me? Of all the places, Boom just popped themselves in. Let's finish off the floor clean and swiping it as quickly as they can. Yummy, mate. You know what? I don't see anybody, but I just randomly spray because it will work. He just missed it. He missed it. He used an FPP mode and it cost him for quite a bit. Boom, what were they thinking?
I mean, things were not looking good in this spot. It happened to be TR, it happened to DX. They tried to rush in, and somehow they could not spot Team Flash inside of all the shrouded smoke. And Team Flash, they prevailed. They held on through thick and through thin. It's 8 frags in total right now for Team Flash.
Sam9 have been capitalizing over the circle so far, spreading across on the northwest side, while RQ how to get out with that watching so closely, tightly behind them. The moment they're trying to go out and run to cross the street, it's going to be the end for it. But if Sam9 that leaves, there's going to be opportunity for RQ to still squeeze into the safe zone no matter what, but still quite a distance, around 100 meters apart. Still doable, but on the side of Infinity, here comes the Xavier's last player.
The Savior relying on Shadow. He does have a tiny little shack, and there is where those Molotovs will eventually find it. And instead, it's going to be Batman that will steal it away. So that is going to be the end of DX. They got 6 points, so that's definitely a lot better than they have actually hoped for. So they're still hugging tightly into their number 4 spot, where the members of RQ Ryu will not be able to last too long. Hitting into the top 5 right now. Somehow, we are still having the members of Infinity lasting really long into all these skirmishes, despite them not really having the healthiest of run. They have already gotten themselves 6 points picked up so far. And speaking of picking up, one of the members need to be picked up right there. Tiger bleeding out. They will have to play S2.
But on the side of Team Flash, they scored himself 9 eliminations by now. Yes, they do have a trio, but trio is still something that you should look up to, not to underestimate or undermine the players of trio here. Sam9, they're still having a full squad with the most players when it comes to their firepower. The rest of the other teams will have to settle down with a duo. Well, TALON, they got themselves a compound, but unfortunately the circle is not right on top of it, so they need to come out, and the moment they just try to run over to the side of Sam9. Sam9 have the prime spot there, they have those elevations, they don't need a compound, but all the other teams happen to be still stuck inside of a compound. The moment they just jump out, it's going to be an open space and nothing to cover them.
Speaking of which, Yoru have just moved out. Well, that's being spotted out by Luyu. He's trying to deal with the entirety of Talon Esports as they go in for a little bit of a drive. Honestly, there's not many angles that Talon can even use right now because Yoru is forced to prone by the sniper's nest. I call it a nest, but it's just a tiny little step away for him to even take up any form of hot shot. It's pretty Deb that will secure the elimination onto Talon. And quickly as it goes, Deb gets both of them. So now down to the top 4 as we will have Team Flash trying to take a journey across into the spawn of the kill to challenge the rest of Sam9.
Sam9, can they close the game here to land themselves a Super Sunday Chicken? It's going to be very important. All teams are having a very important day, and we're talking about Super Sunday towards the league points contribution. That seats towards the grand finals as well. And KT Spider 10 is still there with Triple F along his side. Scored himself a 3 eliminations for the entire team. But Team Flash, despite they got themselves some terrain to cover just temporarily, but they will be caught out by Sam9. Here comes the push, here comes the rush. We do know the moment they got knocked down, they tried to force themselves to push for side of Sam9, but unfortunately, UI took a bit of damage that will hold the position for a tiny bit more.
Yeah, and that also allows resetting coming in from the side of Team Flash. These are the 2 teams that will be looking to seal that chicken dinner. But of course, NKT as well as the Infinity can play spoilers to the battle between these 2 giants right now. I say giants, but of course, throughout the course of the week of performance, I think Sam9 definitely looks rejuvenated after qualifying into the Super Sunday. Batman, though.
I agree. Very different Sam9 compared to the group stage of week 1, and even last week is just so different here. But for the side of Triple F, look at Loyu. Both of them seems to be, you know, sneakily trying to surprise each other out. But on the side of Infinity, they need to leave. They like it or not, they have to figure out how to get into the center without being spotted by Sam9, who got himself quite a view from above. But Team Flash just got themselves the circle. It's between Team Flash and Sam9 who will win if it's winner. Or maybe somebody else will surprise us.
Probably so, but Luyu has been doing an excellent job here with the damage output, getting another knock. That's not going to be secured just yet, it seems, as Luyu is holding back the rest of NKT. T1 member, but it doesn't seem like he has any idea at all. He's just lurking right underneath his nose. And Yu Hai, he's just holding down the mid sector while 20K tries to book it, will be punished by Gosu.
Oh, down to one last player, I think, for the side of Infinity, which still holding at the edge of the circle, by the way. They're trying to open up the angles. Got Tunny will be unleashed by Batman. He just popped the smoke. That's taken away his position. That's a spray coming in just down to 50% of HP. Team Flash try to deal with whatever on their flank side first. That's going to be 9 stealing the points away. And that's going to be 7 elimination. And Infinity also resolved to 7 eliminations. We're down to top 3 with different flags and different regions going for the finale here.
Kenny is just basically eating up all these space away from the rest of Team Flash. So it's all about how well can Team Flash defend. Triple F somehow spots out Luyu. There's gonna be a chance. He does spots him out. What an eye coming out of Luyu.
Sam 9, this is time for them to shine. But for the side of Team Flash, reposition himself, take a bit of a courage and a risk that they're willing to take all the way up, finish off that and Yu Hai at the same time. This might be turning things around for the side of Team Flash. That unpredictable navigation straight pushing into the center was not expected by 7-9, but now it's down to Gonji. Team Flash still down to 1 player, 2v1, despite they got slight advantage just now.
A perfect run here through the hills as 7-9 finally gets their win of a chicken dinner here in the Super Sunday of PMSL Southeast Asia.
There's going to be another good day for some Niners scoring themselves a Super Sunday chicken, which is going to be big when it comes to a points progression throughout the entirety of Super Sunday. Now, week 1 Super Sunday wasn't so great, but it's pretty okay. They are in the middle pack, got themselves at 8th place. Before we start this week's Super Sunday, they are at 8th place at 32 points. But with week 2, such a good start. Hopefully, they will carry out the momentum throughout the entire day. But for Boom, after the very high performance, going in a roller coaster right down with a very small amount of eliminations. But when it comes to damage output, Kenny, we saw how great he picked up the angle. Look at the damage received. He got the least amount of it.
Yeah, and on top of that, he was the one that clutched it out against Team Flash final push. And through the smoke, he played it out perfectly. He swapped those weaponry between the AUG as well as his secondary weapon. The moment he ran out of bullets, he would still go pummel down anybody pushing through his way. Even despite some surprises, this 7-9 side is looking so strong. Let's take a look at some other stats as well, because when it comes down to contribution, it's only 28%. That just tells you how efficient the entire 7-9 squad has been playing so far.
I agree. With Kenny being the flanker most of the time coming up from 7-9, the rest of the team follow up with his core. That was just teamwork at its best. When it comes to distance traveling, they are actually the most traveled team as well at 48,000 meters compared to the others around 30s, and Infinity actually right on top of the circle since the start, I guess.
Yeah, another crazy stats is actually coming in from Team Flash. They have 48 smokes being popped in this matchup, and this is how they've defended themselves so well to last into the top 2. And because of those smokes, they managed to out-trade Boom in that close quarter fight as well. But it started off with a bang here. We saw some trade between Warp as well as Rez, but we'll let you guys watch through the rest of the highlights.
I swear to God, Yummy May being possessed by something. Did you actually see the replay just now of how he just stabbed No Mercy, mercilessly, with no mercy at the start of the map just now? But when it comes to the points elimination, 21 in total, there's going to be a big boost for Sam9 in their overall week 2 Super Sunday. Team Flash quite consistent here today.
Yeah, Team Flash definitely have been being proactive throughout, of course, the run with great utility usage, with so many troubles being used up. Now, let's take a look at the second page over here, where, of course, it's been a tough luck for the side of PIGMY Esports, and I would also say BTR so far hasn't really impressed throughout the course of the Super Sunday run, whereas at least everyone has been pretty much on the ball, trying to get into a better position in these matches. But there's still more to go. 3 more maps of play throughout Sunday. And now we see Sam9 regaining a little bit more tempo, going back to number 2 after that chicken dinner.
Yep, pushing down Alter Ego to 3rd place with 10 points gap between Sam9 and Boom right now, but still elimination across the board, dominated over by the side of Boom with their crazy out-of-the-world performance before this. For Vampire slowly pushing up, but the one that we should concern about is the team at the very bottom. Now, this is the first time Morph in the Super Sunday. They need to gain as much as possible.
Yeah, and it's just so ruthless, right? When it comes down to Super Sunday, it's only 1 day of play for these teams to get that tempo. So it's already halfway through the mark. We want to see more coming in from RRQ, TALON, XERXIA, as well as Morph especially. Meanwhile, I think that some of these teams have been able to at least break into that double digit before they eventually go into Miramar, where things are just going to get increasingly more difficult. So, with that being said, we still see teams like Infinity as well as NKT, they put on some decent average points. So, we definitely want to see whether or not eventually can they convert any of this into some massive haul of points.
Now, speaking of our second half of the days, I feel like I want to change my prediction later on. Just going to note for our producer just listening to this. I don't know who I actually will have to put up there, but I feel I don't want to put Boom because it's going to be like the mainstream right now. But how about we make it a bit more spicy? Now, I do want NKT as well as Morph to gain as much points as possible. So I'm probably going to put these two teams, NKT as well as, who was it again? Morph, because it's going to be their first time ever for this Super Sunday. So they definitely have dire need of the points rather than all the teams already top up there, which we do know it's going to be the same name, Alter Ego, Boom, the Xaviers. Now Team Flash rising up to the occasion, knowing the fact that the compatriots, which can be the Xaviers already up there, but we're gonna have the break for a bit, which can be a crazy run of Wrangle after this. Stay tuned, don't go anywhere. We're gonna go right into Wrangle after this, after the short break.
Hi everyone, today we'll be going over the specific changes of the new motor glider. Let's check it out. First, the new motor glider comes with pitch assistance. What this means is that during takeoff, once you reach a certain speed, it will automatically climb and achieve liftoff. Once airborne, tap to accelerate and slide the wheel back at the same time to travel along the ground. Next, let go of the throttle during flight, and the glider will maintain its altitude, while gradually reducing its speed to 60 km per hour, and engage autopilot. Sliding the wheel forward during flight will cause the glider to pitch up and ascend, and sliding the wheel back during flight gradually pitches the glider downward to approach the ground. Furthermore, when turning left and right during flight, the glider will level itself off. The body of the glider and camera angle will tilt for greater immersion. The view of the ground has also been upgraded to better help players observe their surroundings while turning. Let go to stop turning, and the glider will stabilize on its own. As for landing, after descending to a certain altitude, the glider will disengage autopilot to help you slow down and land. Lastly, if we keep pitching the nose up, the glider will end up upside down. Flying upside down will cause the glider to enter an automatic descent, making it much harder to control. It's a real test of skill. So, the new motor glider is now easier to control for better playability, with greatly improved user experience. We're sure you'll have a great time with the new motor glider. That's all for now. See you next time.
Wow, what a lively sky treasure ship! So many lights and people.
Yeah, every shop is full of color. Let's look around.
Welcome to the Golden Moon Cloud Market. Haha!
You can light the ship's magic lamp each day to get paradise tokens. During certain periods, there will also be a lucky box drop. The Sky Treasure Ship contains loads of great gifts. Come peruse the various stores and go home with your bags full.
When completing various adventures in Sky High Spectacle, don't forget to head to the Treasure Emporium for the Golden Moon Paradise Crate, as well as tons of Paradise tokens that await you.
Join a new round of popularity battle. Work together with your friends to unlock the 1001 Nights lobby theme, moonlight background, and other great Golden Moon gifts.
Happy 6th anniversary! Here! Not only can you revisit your past year's game data, you can also play a 6th anniversary exclusive target shooting minigame. Head to World of Wonder to check it out. While playing, you can redeem the 6th anniversary theme song as well, the Palace Musician set for free. Awesome!
Choose your exploration path on the sky-high spectacle Nimbus Islands. Collect your discoveries as you go. Spend more Paradise tokens to aid you in your treasure hunt.
What's this?
Wow! A secret shop!
During the event, purchase items recommended by the genie at discounted prices. You'll also receive additional surprise gifts.
Huge discounts up to 80% off. Come have a look.
What are you waiting for?
Hi everyone! After the last video, I'm sure you already have a basic understanding of the game. Survival, competition, social interaction, and easy to pick up controls, these are what sets PUBG Mobile apart. First, as a battle royale game, survival is of utmost importance. There are multiple maps to play on, and each map is unique. Players can come up with different survival strategies for each map. Besides the blue zone mechanics, this is a completely open battleground. It's free of restrictions. Use your imagination to eliminate enemies and become the last one standing. Combat is also one of the core traits of PUBG Mobile. We have all kinds of weapons available. These weapons let players battle in any environment. You can be a sniper or storm the front lines with an assault rifle or shotgun. Furthermore, there are also protective gear, consumables, items, vehicles, and more. The comprehensive supplies available ensure a fulfilling combat experience. Our game has multiplayer modes with teams where you can invite friends to play together. Enjoy the thrill of PvP battles. Come up with strategies with teammates, find items for each other, and take up complementary positions. Try to make it to the end together. You can also go at it alone and carry yourself to victory. Lastly, we also have some simple tutorials for beginners in the game. There are no prerequisites, and they're super short. Learn how to play in a flash. We're still planning to release more guides detailing all kinds of neat tips and tricks to help players quickly familiarize with the game. Becoming a skilled PUBG Mobile player is super simple. Boot up the game and play now.
Welcome back for Heartbreak of Super Sunday. And now I'm here with AE Rosemary. Okay, currently your team is at top 3. Do you think you can keep the performance and overtake to the top 1 ranking by the end of Super Sunday?
Oke, buat Alter Ego sendiri sekarang berada di posisi 3 besar. Adakah Rosemary dan juga kawan-kawan PD yang kalian bisa memaintain performa kalian dan mendapatkan posisi 1 di ujung hari nanti?
Kalau untuk PD sih PD banget lah yang pastinya. Soalnya masih ada 3 match juga kan yang akan dimainkan. Yang pasti kita pasti lakuin yang terbaik lah buat kita 3 match nanti lagi main.
Of course, we are confident to get to secure the top 1 by the end of the day, but then we still need to be careful and try to maintain our performance at a very good level. So yeah, we just gonna focus game by game.
Okay, top 1. Boom Yummy have once again break the record of 14 elims in a match. Will you be worried about losing your MVP title?
Oke, di game kedua tadi Yami berhasil mendapatkan 14 elim sendirian. Adakah buat Rosemary merasa sedikit gusar ataupun khawatir lah yang Yami ini bakal mengambil takhta MVP itu?
Kalau untuk rasa khawatir tentang MVP itu sih sebenarnya menurut aku tuh nggak masalah sih, karena di sini gue main untuk mendapatkan piala lagi lah, piala gue kembali gitu loh. Jadi untuk MVP kalau mau ambil aja kalau bisa gitu.
Okay, to Yami, it's just like right now that is for MVP title. I don't worry about it because right now me and my teammate come to Thailand. We just gonna take back our PMSL trophy. But then for the MVP title, Yami, if you wanna take it, you can take it if you can do it.
Oh, so you will take it back, right? Okay. So any words back to Yami for top 1?
Sedikit kata-kata buat Yami yang ada di posisi 1 sekarang.
Oke. Kalau ya semangat lah pokoknya, masih ada 3 match lagi. Semoga kita bisa perform bareng dan kita bantai-bantai saya ini yang gak seberapa tuh.
Oke, hi Yami. Stay steady, keep fighting, cheer you up a bit. Let's fighting together and perform together, and we crush this C that. Let's crush these C teams together.
Okay, let's see who will MVP of this season. But the last one, I saw you at the backstage. Your team have boom or something that you do it before the game. Could you show us a bit?
Jadi di belakang stage tadi host ada lihat yang kalian melakukan sedikit chan lah di belakang stage itu. Bisa nggak lakuin sekarang di pentas? Berdua.
Yourself.
Oke.
Oh, kau sendiri dong.
Alter Ego, go!
Wow, go! Thank you for the interview. And now let him go to the game for Alter Ego, go. And now we see highlights.
More to the PMSL Southeast Asia Super Sunday run, as that was Rosemary from Alter Ego. He just basically told Yummy, you can have that MVP title if you can do it, but we're looking for the crown. But of course, these were reactions that you guys may have actually missed, where Alter Ego have definitely had an exemplary run to start off inside of Sanok, but after that, it was some crazy performance that we've seen coming out of VOIN Esports.
This is where they got themselves the out of the world 24 elimination run here with Yummy May running a rampage for the entirety of this Erangel match. It was the first Erangel, if I'm not mistaken, by the way. The second one just now, they kind of dropped it pretty early. Look at the numbers. This was incredible. They got themselves the best prime spot with no contenders, nobody to take them down, nobody trying to just focus on them as well. It was a perfect angle for the teams of VOIN to just eliminate as much as they can. But my oh my, what a day here today, Contra. But we do have, I love this comparison right now. We do, probably second place is D Xaviers, or maybe just different team, or just Team Flash. But also when it comes to comparison of average elimination points, that one round of VOIN still not going to be enough to overtake Alter Ego's average elimination points.
That's right. Alter Ego so far has been putting up some high elimination points forward, but boom, with that impressive performance back in match number 2, they find themselves inching very, very closely. As you can see, it's almost identical if you wipe away some of the numbers coming in from the first 2 placements as well as elimination, because the way that they've been played out is basically as a unit, as a team.
My dream team duo. Come on, make it happen. 4 bombs just for the sake of show sometimes. Also, speaking of between these two, this is going to be the hot topic of the day. Rosemary or Yummy May? Pick, guys, when it comes to you guys, audience out there, who will be your favorite for today? But still going to be the overalls taken over by the side of Rosemary. The MVP title is for these two to take, but maybe we do have another contender coming up soon.
Indeed, and I'm definitely looking forward for who will be able to step up to the plate to challenge some of all these top dogs of the tournament. So far, Semline has been able to take a massive win back in match number 3, and this will be the final round in Arangel that we'll be looking forward to before we move our way into those matches in Miramar. So I'm pretty sure that the teams now having a short break, they will be able to at least have a clearer mindset as to how they will play this one out, especially for the teams that didn't manage to score as much throughout the course of this Super Sunday.
I'm still not done about the interview, by the way. I love how Miss Bo, our stage host just now, she's super cute regarding how she make the plays in a bit of an awkward position for her last question. To have the chant by yourself, Rosemary is like, no. I'm just like, awkward.
He's so shy. Guy can basically
fine.
be a monster in the field, but he's so shy to do it alone.
No, but personally, I feel like his PR, his interview, his media preparation is way better than we first starting off, like, how many seasons ago when I started interviewing him. He was super shy at that time, but nowadays, you can see how the sportsmanship actually built up his character as one, just go for it. It's actually fun to watch his interview now and then. But speaking of which, we're gonna have our last wrangle of our Super Sunday. This means we'll be having more elimination numbers than 24.
Yeah, I'm hoping to see one of all the other teams to be able to outshine Blue Esports. A drastic climb to the top with that crazy run back in match 2. And I think Semline today has been looking impeccable on how they've been able to maintain their record, especially when it comes down to how they be playing the late game skirmishes. So Yu-Hai is currently in one of the charts of highest healing. That also tells you that he's been always at the forefront, receiving a lot of damage and also healing quite a plenty to all the other opponents out there.
Yeah, because of Yu-Hai being placed into a scouter these days for the side of 79, he always in a tough position where he got caught himself early into the stage of the map, being eliminated quite early. So we don't see a lot of Yu-Hai being put into his most comfortable role like how he used to as the main fragger. But when it comes to the total points of last map, we do see probably 79's on second place when it comes to only week number 2. Now, don't forget, whoever qualifies to the grand finals, you have to tally up the numbers for week 1 plus week 2 plus week 3 of Super Sunday. The top 16 will advance to the grand finals. So it's super important for the team to have their first day of Super Sunday here today to push themselves up. Speaking of which, we do have major swaps here now and then. I don't know if Gen Foss will be swapped out since Luxie will be coming in. Oh, we actually do have both twins playing here right now.
Yeah, I'm liking that they actually try something different, because last round it didn't work out according to plan at all for the side of BIGETRON Red Villains. So hopefully with something a little bit more familiar on how the chemistry works between the twin brothers, that will give them a little bit more confidence heading into the final matchup of Erangel. So other than that, I want to see if other teams have also made changes before they move into Miramar as well, because right now it didn't seem like all the other teams have too many changes. But we do see Hazel 8 now being brought in to swap 0 off for this upcoming match.
We don't see a lot of Hazel with 0-8 in the same lineup. Now, I do wish we get to see that for once, because I personally feel like Zero will be one of the most crucial players for the lineup of warm, if I'm not mistaken, was it? Yeah. And then also speaking of which, it seems like a jolly side Vampires having fun here. Don't know what is the issue, but Team Flash, I don't think they have any subs. So far we haven't seen any swap at all for some teams. That means certain teams, they only have 4 main players and they are not having a break at all.
Yeah, and certain times when you are having 4 players to be running the full course of the tournament, they get worn out. And I think, like, for certain times when it comes down to some really big matches for them to score a lot of points, it will be quite tough on the players themselves. So they need to ensure that they remain steady throughout their endurance race to the top. Right now, Courage, we are moments away from moving into the final matchup of the Wrangle, and I'm looking at a lot of confident faces here, especially from Vampire Esports, where they start to have a much better round this weekend.
That's kind of true. Compared to last week, now they scored way triple or 5 times more than they had secured the entire week of week 1 Super Sunday. Feels like they definitely found their root of the error before and just rectified it when it comes to week number 2 and definitely had a better performance. But when it comes to the second half of the day, every fingers of the players need to warm up now because it's going to be a feisty start, especially Yummy May. Well, he's calm as cucumber. He's a very adorable person in person. And last time I saw him was in Macau, where we had a bit of an issue for his health that time, so I was being slightly his doctor during that time as well. But he's a very, very polite person for Yummy, but he's not that polite in the game though.
I mean, when you're facing off against such tough cookies in the tournament, you got to be feisty. And first, kudos to you, Choo Choo, being the doctor on duty during that tournament. And right now, first, a lot of things have changed from the last time you've seen some of these boys out there in terms of how they play the game and how they've been able to, of course, form better chemistry throughout those couple of months. It almost felt like it's been a year, has it been? And look at that. The moment that you get the Twin Brothers on, you know what, I just love the camera so much.
This is gonna be the number 1 MVP for the Terminator. Probably it's gonna be the entire league once more, but I agree, when it comes to camera, those 2 boys of the twins, Zoxy and Luxy, they are very good at playing with the camera, and they are very fun people to talk around as well, very playful indeed. But when it comes to the next map, they cannot play it around anymore because this is where everything matters, especially for the Indonesian teams. This is where the confidence level boost will be at maximum because they do know they are most comfortable in a Wrangle map. In Miramar, yes, they still have a bit fair share of firepower in it, but when it comes to confidence, it's so different compared to the Wrangle here.
Yeah, and I hope that they will be able to have some swift recovery to band-aid some of all these points being lost, or should I say, unearned heading into those matchups. Now, we get a perfect bird's eye view. Well, I want to say a wide view instead of bird's eye view from these players out there. They are looking to be getting themselves ready for another epic battle, as we will be taking a look at some of all these top scorers for today before we even get there. It's been pretty interesting to actually look at how the tables have turned for teams like EX, where, you know, they've been the kings of that previous Super Sunday, and it seems like the kings have been outrightiously so dethroned this week. We hope to see that recovery coming from the side of DX, although they've been able to put up a better number that's lackluster as compared to week 1.
Another team that feels like they are not really into it for this Super Sunday is going to be TALON. Not just these days. TALON, they had a really good run, great one, in fact, yesterday last chance stage. But when it comes to today, I do understand the condition here, because when it was during the last chance stage, we don't have teams like RRQ, we don't have Boom, we don't have Alter Ego, we don't have Vampire, who love fights so much. So So it's less competitive, not less competitive, it was less aggressive compared to the Super Sunday. Now this Giants coming in, just taking the reign over and bulldozing all the teams out there, they definitely worry.
Yeah, I just love that you pointed out that this week teams are looking so much more aggressive and they have to weather the storm. And this is going to be the final time that they're moving in to this matchup here in Erangel. Let's go.
And we're back for our last Erangel for our second week of the PMSL Summer Split 2024 for Super Sunday. And speaking of which, I do wish our admin can actually listen to us, or maybe in the future put up the poll. Who is the better fragger from your perspective? Is it going to be Rosemary? Is it going to be Boom? Or you just spam the chat away just to know whoever actually wins over. Is it going to be Team Yummy or is it going to be Team Rosemary? Now that's going to be fun by the end of the day. Maybe we should have an award for that by end of the entire tournament as well. The most liked frag or the most loved Terminator for across all the entire league. But speaking of edge control, we'll be a Northern Circle since the flight path is just favors down south all the way.
Yeah, this is skewered all the way down towards the southern end, so we might actually see a lot of all these early trades, just like what happened to RRQ when they face off against Boom so early on. So teams have to be a little bit more on their toes. Now, I'm hoping that they will be able to sustain at the very least. Now, a little bit of fight for the vehicles as they are both in the same buggy. You flash or... Okay, Kwam's out. He says, I don't want any part of this.
You got a wrong teammate there, brother. Well, why not? You're getting a free grab, a free taxi. Might as well just hop into it. But you will be walking straight into the enemy's lair that way. But speaking of which, unfortunately for Team Flash, because of that reason, they lost one man early on. But it's just a tiny one. But a tiny error in the start. But we do have quite an interesting. The moment FaZe Clan just parachute themselves down. I don't know if TALON actually did not spot Venturis, but that's going to be super lucky if they kind of didn't see that one coming.
Yeah, I would say they definitely will be relieved by that. And FaZe Clan, they are very proactive in the early game. We see them already taking some pot shots onto TALON. TALON will safely move into Yasnaya. Meanwhile, the rest of BTR says, okay, it's time to move into the island. NKT's going to be following suit. As they do find themselves a buggy, they are looking to the gate entry point of NKT. Shots already being fired, and they just go for a huge U-turn.
Early shots, and this is going to be fun. There might be a lot of teams trying to breach come as well, depending on how the circles shift later on. But for BTR, there's just going to be a warning shot. Nothing else will follow up through from there on. But on the downside, they do need a couple of loots, not just a couple, tremendous amount of loot to make sure that they will secure those engagement and successfully take down teams. If not, hopefully there will not be any more teams passing by here.
Yeah, great work coming from BTR now. Looking to be able to just get themselves all these favorite loot. Meanwhile, NKT, they're forced to swim across. Pity them. Not even a boat for them to get by.
Boat is not really the best option for most teams right now because of how sharp their eyes can see through the horizon of the sea this day. So it's best to just resort to swimming. But on the side of NKT, I don't think they even managed to loot too much just now. So hopefully the moment they dock themselves, there's no team will be playing Marines around the coastline down there.
Yeah, hopefully so. Or else it's just going to be an early exit for the side of NKT. Meanwhile, VPE looking better as it goes. Currently sitting at number 4, 22 points in hand. U2 Alliance are one of the teams that have taken that boat safely into the islands. And I'm just looking whether if they have just about enough loot. I'm just looking at a couple of AR and SMGs. Oh, Jimmy carried the bike over, so that's going to be pretty okay for them to just journey across. U2 Alliance, I think they've been doing much better. And at 7th place, wait, what's going on here?
The right side. Rosemary aggressively challenging Zerja as he come here, buddy. That monster truck not going to go anywhere. But unfortunately for Rosemary, it didn't connect entirely. But Alpha managed to finish off the job, knocking down on RNJ as he have to recuperate himself. It's a free elimination points by the AKM of Alpha. Worked wonderfully well on his side with the sniper rifle. Sorry, with the rifles. But Alter Ego, look at how aggressive they go.
My. I don't even expect them to be able to get the catch off the RJ so swiftly, and now Lobby Cars going in for a trade. Good damage being done, but not enough to actually knock him out just yet. Hans, he's gonna be able to pull in the pressure. Megamind does find him while the rest of Alter Ego rushes through. Megamind actually turns him down, so it's gonna be a 1-for-1 trade-off, and Rosemary will find Lobby.
It's going to be just Hans for the trade-off in entirety of Zerja here with SC already cooked up the nade. The last remaining member for Zerja, surprised by the sudden attack of Alter Ego, attempt to just finish off the entire crew of Zerja. Yeah, SC happened to just chip down almost to 50% of HP. He managed to knock on another one, but his reserves running low with those ammunition as well. Okta have to be extra careful. I don't think they have enough. Ooh, Okta. 2 HP. This might actually go sour for Alter Ego if they have one misstep in this moment.
Indeed, it might just be huge Nate not connecting though. Okta now like ring around the Rosie. He's still tucking the HP bars, but it's too much to do. Alter Ego wipes the floor clean. XERXIA, early goodbye here in Arangao.
At least Zerja not ended up with a 0. They managed to secure and translate the point from the knockdown of Hans for Alter Ego just now. But unfortunately, Zerja, that's going to be the last run of the wrangle of the day, so they have to prep up things for the next Miramar map. Vampires do take the boat right, but it seems like, yep, they are doing AOK. I don't know what happened to NKT. Did they land safely on the other side, though?
Hopefully so. I do assume that they will be able to get into their designated area, but for now, Vampire Esports is taking the big wraparound. I do suspect that to be an island ending with how many teams who are moving into the island. Meanwhile, a battle between DX in the middle of the open as they try to cut across. It's going to be RRQ that stops them on their track. Now, this is going to look a little bit awkward. I don't expect them to have that much resources. It's still so early. And DX at least have a few by the shore already. RRQ Ryu are going to coordinate this attack. They're on that 2-2 split, but they will send Nepeko to join the rest of the team.
Asa is playing in spite of Hexas on the side of RRQ. I'm not sure about Vampires. I haven't seen Newsy for the entire week number 2. Now Alva, Batman, what a spray there. Didn't even whip a crisp one at that. Easily will translate into 1 point. Rosemary is a bit too far though. But at Mini 14, if he got himself the scope that he actually needed, might actually can save just a tiny bit, but I don't think they can reach out to Alva on time.
Yeah, it's going to be pretty difficult to do so. Batman already on the Bay watch, while Adilu's going to be able to get a grenade elimination. Great work once again coming out of U2 Alliance. Alva all alone. He's just biding his time, as that will be easily done by Gosu. So, Team Flash, I think that they've been incredible, especially when we take a look at that previous round of Erangel where they were going up against 7-9. They were playing so defensively, and even against PUBG Esports, they have managed to win that trade. So, I think that they're off to a good note. Currently at number 5, they are tied with DX, so there's still a lot of things that they have to do, and look at that. It's a confirmed finish on the island.
Oh, not just that, it's going to be on the right side as well. And still a couple of... part of the bridge is still in there somewhere. Sometimes the circle might surprise us with the northern shift later on. Talon already split themselves into 2 sides, with Yuri trying to scout the other end of the bridge, of the right-hand bridge. But the rest of the team, I think Boom will try to take this as much time as they need to. Whilst Alter Ego, despite their win big against Zerja before, but due to their loss of 2 members, which going to be Hans as well as Alva, it's going to be difficult for them to just be aggressive after this. So they might actually play it safe and just wait it until top 6.
Very likely so. And I think that this is going to be a really good run for BTR because they have been the ones to be in the island the earliest to be securing spots like Novo Renoe, as well as the radio tower that takes control of the entire section. They have the high ground, so it's all about how well can BTR secure some of all these lookouts, while the rest of PIGMY, they're looking to infiltrate the compounds. NKT having the control pulled out, and eventually goes down.
A bit premature shot there coming up from the side of Mr. Joe. Mr. Joe was looking up for you just now, was definitely hoping for some surprises. Mr. Joe will be one of the clutcher for the side of NKT, by the way. But PIGMY, on the other hand, realized that only one person in there. And NKT, they were trying to exit out before Mr. Joe being eliminated just now. But on the side of NKT, there's so many teams happen to be focusing on their side. We talk about 3 teams here. PIGMY, BTR, and there's one more team on the other end, which can be Sam9.
Sam9, I'm gonna keep an eye out on them because they are looking for that 10 point to match up against Infinity Esports, but they're scouted out by Satar all the way from up the hill. It'll be a tough challenge out there. Razy now finds Flippy as the Indonesians are going up against each other. Yummy does actually catch over onto Flippy. Well, Luxy with that shot onto Yuhai. Oh, the floodgates wide out in the open.
Oh, the sniper. It's been a while we have sniper rifles actually do work in the game. So this is kind of surprising. And Luxy, one of the best sniper back in the days. Finally we get to see him in action once more. But it feels like it's not clipping too much other than UI almost entirely chipped down. But lucky enough they got the smoke. But Luxy giving a bit of a pressure. I feel like this is back when BTR had the glory days of these two teams. The way they play exactly during that time here now. Zuxi spraying and giving support fire and cover fire, some pressure, and Luxy will be the one tapping out with those sniper rifles.
Yeah, it's such a throwback, and we just love to see that happen because a lot of all these players are hoping to pick up other DMRs as well as ARs for those consistent trades whenever they go into a mid-range or close-range battle. So we see lesser of all these M24s, the Bosina gun, or even, you know, the Kar 98K, which I've been missing so much on, and what better way than to have Luxy to go for those one-tap machines. Now, over on the bridge, it's going to be a little bit of commotion between RRQ as well as TALON. Only one side will get to cut through, but TALON's definitely taking a major control. There's just so much to do for BTR. Even Vampire Esports is eyeing out on them, so they got to ensure that they stay safe. Yoru, the Scott angle from the top of the bridge, is sending Axel to deal with the rest of RRQ.
If not being careful, it's quite a clear shot for RRQ to fight back. Yoru taking on Snape. There's going to be 2 knockdown on RRQ. RRQ, they cannot find the momentum in this Super Sunday at all. Talon on the end start to be on the rise here. Axel trying to just spray it over and just secure the entire team of RRQ. What happened to RRQ in this Super Sunday?
Yeah, they were just denied the entire course through. And here goes the attack launched by Vampire Esports. Finds multiple targets of BTR. They weren't watching their backs. They were just focused onto the main course of the island. And they got 2 members punished. Now, Luxy will have to turn tails and run into another direction as Vampire Esports, they take over the radio tower.
Tunnel vision is going to be the bane for all the players out there. Infinity, on the other hand, have to face Talon and try to gatekeep them and bridge cam even. But the thing is, I don't think the next circle will be on top of this bridge. It might be in the slide, like probably in the middle of it, but not for the entirety of the bridge. So Infinity as well as Talon seems to be in the same boat. There's going to be only one team will be alive by end of this stage. But Morph spotted out these Xaviers play. These Xaviers, they're really dropping the ball here. Down to only one last player there is.
Yeah, I mean, I don't really blame all these players for playing such a difficult circle inside of the island. And as for Yoru, he's doing such an excellent job just to keep the rest of Infinity worried about getting caught up. Because he's got that perfect view from the top of the bridge. As you see, Gatsuni and the rest of Infinity is trying to catch him off guard. Does a little bit of damage, but not enough to take him down just yet.
Back to his Infinity. Yoru. I don't know how much reserve he actually does have in his clips with that Scar L, by the way. Hope we get a glimpse of it. There's no resources replenishment up there for Yoru though. If you want to climb down, never mind, he doesn't have to because it's going to be Alter Ego doing the job instead of Infinity. Where did that kind of shots came from? I think it's across all the way the other side of the bridge.
Yeah, very likely. So I want to see where exactly is Rosemary, because Infinity have tried so long. He's actually all the way back into Novo. Wow. That was impressive. Now, that gives a free pass to the Infinity, and Talon are not in the position to cross as well. So they kind of bit too much more than they get you. They didn't watch their back.
What a trashy circle, by the way, for the last map of Wrangle for the day for all the teams. Great circle it is. It's going to be fun. We can anticipate a lot of swimming teams later on. It's going to be Olympic of swimming by the end of the day. But for FaZe Clan, realize that they're not really being blessed by the circle. Have to figure out how to cut across NKT with PIGMY just pushing them from the back, also keeping the pressure on. But Billboard being spotted out. Ventura's got the opening. This is going to be go time, but the problem is FaZe Clan. 2 members knocked down. Never mind, Onza's still healing up. They have to deal with PIGMY first.
And they're going for a big cross. As Ventura says, this is not going to be my fight. I'm just going to make a move. While the rest of PIGMY, they're trying to hold the rest of FaZe Clan back. Mormon's coming in with the DBS. He does find it though. And now, PIGMY members who are trying to go for this trade are starting to lose members left, right, center. And Onson's also taking another different angle to pick them off as well. And these teams are committing when the blue zone's shutting in. This is not going to look good. Melis is going to be ditched, while Billbot will be able to secure one more. Mormon tries to move with the vehicle, but will be picked up as well.
Oh, it's going to be a lose-lose team here. FaZe Clan lost 2 members. That's heavy casualty on the side. Well, PIGMY down to only Jabranki. What can he do? Jubbing in the way? I don't know about this, but he at least got 3 first aid. He doesn't have vehicles. Hopefully he does have it parked somewhere safe. But Onda's coming up from flank. He still managed to swing, and that's a big one. But for Alter Ego, what happened? It seems to be a different state there before the start of the match.
Yeah, it could have been so much better for these guys out there, but we're still not done yet with FaZe Clan. It's going 1 versus 1, and finally, Ventorious will seal the fate of PIGMY Esports. They walk away with 3 points, so still heavy casualty on FaZe Clan. Can they resuscitate one fallen member? We'll have to see, but the Infinity still by the bridge. The good news is they do have the circle upon them, but cover, not so much.
But at least they're having a truce against Talon for now, which going to be leaving out only Axel on the side of Talon so far. So I think he's taking a bit of a dive down there. Yep, definitely is. FaZe Clan on the... well, probably they try to just cross over the other side and just being sprayed down. Probably also the vehicle being exploded now. But I doesn't actually tally up because FaZe Clan still have that 1 member. They only have 1 vehicle. Back to the side of Boom. This is going to be also the last player of Boom. I don't know what happened. Down to only 1 player. Probably because they fought against vampires before. Yudo Alliance Jimmy secures the last member of of Boom. And this giving opportunity for 7-9 to push the numbers up here.
Yeah, this is going to be that golden ratio of a match for them to take that #1 spot for the Malaysian squad. Whereas Turney K will be able to find the final member of Talon Esports. So consider this match over and done with for Talon Esports, but that has been a better run because they got themselves more elimination points. And the circle will move into the island, as that will also be secured for the likes of Euro Lions as well as NKT in a poised position.
Yep. A prime spot, golden sweet spot there for those 2 teams, NKT and Yudo Alliance there, but for the rest of the others, good luck pushing all the way towards the northern side, slightly northern side to the circle, while 7-9 will try to gatekeep against vampires, but I have to be aware regarding, they cannot be oblivious how many teams they are around them somewhere for 7-9. They are quite in the center between vampires, between Team Flash, and also possibly behind them is gonna be BTR.
Yeah, very possible, and we might actually get a little bit of that rematch between Flash as well as 7-9. But they are driving towards the direction of Ventorious. He's only alone, as the FaZe Clan member have definitely suffered with those launch of attacks coming from PIGMY Esports previously. the Infinity still have that full squad swimming across. It's going to be Tony K that will be right underneath the bridge with a lot of smokes to cover his own track. So should be a free pass, but I think spots one movement inside of the river. Oh, it's fishing time already for U2 Alliance.
AUG for the nice one for reserves here, second weapon. Infinity in the swimming. But we do have also... Oh, the taps. There's also, I think, Talon players still survive, or did he actually been taken out? He's been taken out. But for Infinity, it is going to be a bit of a hard swim for just Got Sunny. The rest of the team already secured himself around the dock area, docking himself just at the coastline. But for U2 Alliance, giving it such a tough spot for Sunny. Definitely is screaming right now. Why? Why me? Why?
Yeah, and that was also a hit shot by Adik Luke as well. How does he even tell? My goodness. Adik Luke, he's gonna look for more. He spots out Logan too. And Gotsuni gonna drown. Is he really gonna turn back for Gotsuni? Okay,
No.
I think this is just gonna be it.
No, they're not going to turn back because of VOIN KT now dealing with the rest of Infinity, who's actually docked themselves up there. So I don't know whether to stay inside of the water right now is the safest spot or just dock yourself up, because there's going to be two teams eyeing you out both ways. So there's no option for the side of Infinity right now how to get out from it.
Oh, grenade coming in from the side of Tiger X, and that will put one member down from the side of NKT. So it's going to be able to find the rest of Infinity. I mean, how many people are striking down the Infinity? I'm not even sure this time around. Vampire Esports, they prey onto the weakened high side as the rest of NKT is hoping to also strike them down as well. Now they turn their backs onto Vampire Esports, so we will see three-way warfare.
Infinity against the wall, man. This is just tough for Infinity, not just Got Sunny. I feel like the entire crew is sharing the same fate as the last member being knocked down early on. But he's still alive with the last member. Tony K fight back. And here he comes Vampires. Don't spot him out. The IGL of Vampires now. Tony K realized that too much for him to handle. But the moment he just climbed up the mountain or the hill, 7-9's waiting at the other end. Where to go for Tony K? Honestly, where to go next?
I'm just really surprised that Tony K is still alive, right? Considering that how many of these Infinity members were caught out. Now the rest of VPE swarms in. He spots out Tony K, and that duel has been won. But it is Venturis that will shut out Frank, while Tony K once again shows who's boss. Oh, huge Molotov pushes him out, and that is just a smart play from Gosu.
Oh, what a fast one. FaZe versus Team Flash just now. Ended up with a flash, by the way. But also Tony K versus Tony K once more. I love that one. But Tony K, speaking of which, that drop straight into his face here. Another one knocked over to a side of Straps, down to only 40% of HP left. Another nade flying over the other side. They are tossing so many utils towards the side of Empire. They cannot get out from a nade galore. But lucky enough, Stone is there, picks up Tony K and just goes straight into the safe zone in the vehicle. Still bleeding out. But for NKT, they're locked down as well. They're fighting against U2 Alliance. Next, Sam9 trying to chase the heck out of Vampires. But Vampires from the fire to hell down there. Because they have to face NKT and even U2 Alliance next.
Yeah, it's not going to be easy task against these two teams that were so prepared. But NKT is pretty much sandwiched in between. They're the ones that's dealing with this problem. They only have a couple of grenades. But where do they look? Where do they even look to defend? As VPE, they're closing on them with only Stone, but VPE's got the trouble of 7-9 overlooking the hills. Tony K does get that drop. Good nade onto Spider Tad, so they're gonna tag team their way against the God! The God finds it! And now down to Stone! And Stone goes down!
Another one bites the dust around the same area of the Infinity right now. Now next is going to be NKT versus U2 Alliance, but Sam9 wants to butt in as well. They toss a nade over the side. NKT buried their own graveyard as well. 3 teams naded down and got finished off at the same place where all the teams went down at the same spot, which is going to be the coastline. Sam9 versus U2 Alliance next. Here comes the next one, but do they have enough util? They've lost quite a number. They deployed too many hand grenades early on.
Yeah, this fight is definitely going to be an epic one between these two Malaysian squads. Pretty much full stack on the side of 7-9. U2 Alliance have only lost one so far, but looking at their position, they could actually play it a little bit more defensively. Meanwhile, over on the south, it's going to be a little bit of a chill time for the side of Team Flash, as they will have a little bit of trade against the members of BTR. BTR only left with one more. But what a finish it has been. BTR somehow makes it into the top 4, still surviving after all that scuffle Chernobyl.
This is arguably one of the fastest wrangle map we ever had for the entirety of the tournament. Stage 6, we're down to only 3 teams. 4v3 v1. BTR now, yeah, v2, but never mind, make it 1. It is what it is. 7-9 Depp with the Gillis, it couldn't spot it out by Luxy. Here comes the Nate, being cooked up, but Depp can hear the pin and be taken out. So he tried to just avoid those explosions with the micro Uzi spat in his hands. That's going to be the last one. Now he's down to the all-Malaysian finale 3v4, stage number 6.
Stage 6, but it's still going to be a full info trade going on. 7-9 does have a better position when it comes down to how many regions they cover up, but Luyu is getting burned down! And U2 Alliance, they want this to be an even fight with a push coming in as Jimmy challenges Kenny, and now they get the upper hand.
Despite they actually have lesser men for U2 Alliance, but due to their utilities and their placement and know exactly the position of 7-9 players, give them so much insight and advantage in this situation. But they spotted out 7-9 players want to get out from the fight. They will not let them go. Chase them out. Trying to tail them from behind, but Adik Luke just found himself around the coastline, knows exactly where this guy's gonna go. Dap already spotted out. Here comes the force and pressure coming up with also the vehicles in between. You have to deal with so many problems. Dap as well, but where is Oleo? He's a bit slow.
And there we go, only one member left. Dap, he's so low, and there's only one place that he could take shelter off, and this by that corner of the shack. And U2 Alliance will deny a back-to-back victory from the side of 7-9 as they hope to take their own chicken dinner against U-High.
U-High still trying to defend it as much as he can, but he barely got any more resources to work with. Olio switch over to Bison. His got, I think, it's pretty low when it comes to those ammunition. Adik look on the other end, trying to see if he can actually pressure UI to get out from there. The pick is coming up from UI, trying to clutch it out. He's going from the back side of the shack just now, but that's going to be it. Adik look finish him off. U2 Alliance scores the chicken for today. The Malaysian teams is on the rise, and not just that, what an ending, what a fast wrangle.
One of the fastest matches to be played out here in the PMSL, and it's been 2 consecutive wins for Malaysia, but it will be the first of the Super Sunday for this week itself for U2 Alliance. So they are definitely showing their prowess when it comes down to how well they play inside the island. Honestly, I thought for a moment 7-9 could have actually done more right there, but U2 Alliance, I think their timing on the strike was just perfect.
But thank you, Circle, for making it so difficult for the players. It's such an entertaining match for all of us to watch this one now. But 849 damage coming up from Adik. Look, he's back on the rise. Well, Jimmy, he's the IGL here, just doing a lot of work. I think everybody pushed themselves up in this map, except for Leon. Leon being eliminated quite early from the rest, if you compare with the rest of his teammates.
Yeah, this was what is even more impressive about U2 Alliance, because they were playing majority of the game with only these 3 members, and yet again they walk out with that chicken dinner. And I think Adik has been so impressive. We saw that shot onto Got2D even from I don't know how many 100 meters away, and after that, not only dealing with that Infinity squad, they had to face off with his NKT, Vampire Esports, and then eventually said bye.
Top 4 teams, U2 Alliance, 7-9 Vampires and BTR, despite they lost a lot of men early on for BTR, but they still tossed out quite a number of bang grenades, plus did themselves quite a number of damage. But let's rewatch what a trashy garbage circle from the start, but it was fun. Let's rewatch the U2 Alliance chicken dinner.
And with that being concluded, that will be the Malaysian squads to be able to get 2 different chicken dinners. It will be a switch of hand with U2 Alliance securing that 20-pointer here, besting Sam9 in the process in that final duel. That's 11 points for Sam9. Meanwhile, Vampire Esports once again rising up to the occasion with those 8 points secured, while BIGETRON Red Villains, they got themselves 7 points to share it across with Team Flash as well. That makes up the top 5. I think that this has been quite the hectic round in that Sonaska military base island, and at least we see every team securing some slight bit of points here and there.
Yeah, but for this side, nobody gathered 0. That's a good sign. That's a very good news for this map and this run, by the way. But speaking of XERXIA, we can see the players' cam just now, how devastated they were being one of the first team to be ousted by the hands of Alter Ego early on. But I see a lot of teams when it comes to the last Orango map, nobody cares so much when it comes to the placement point. Hence, there will be some swaps here, especially when it comes to the top 3. The line shoots up to number 3 with pushing down Alter Ego. They're being limited quite early. Vampires push down instead with Team Flash alongside FaZe climbing up the chart here at 7th place.
Yeah, looking so much better heading into this weekend run for Vampires as well as FaZe Clan. And now, if they could just maintain this for the upcoming matches of Miramar, this will be them just looking to lock themselves into the grand finals if they should be able to pull off some great stints. But when we take a look at the second page here, of course, things are looking very concerning for XERXIA. They've only got 6 points so far.
Oh boy, this is going to be tough. It feels like a deja vu, but a different team. Vampires had that last week. This time it's going to be XERXIA. Seems like Zoe hits the Thai teams around the single digit at the very bottom. But U2 Alliance hitting themselves in the average bracket of the Gunslinger. When it comes to the damage of Gunslinger, the usual number is going to be 2.1, slightly lower, 2.1 to 2.5. While the rest of the other teams, I think we have to thank the circle. Not many damage output can be seen here due to how many players finish off by the play zone instead.
Yeah, and other than the play zone, I think a lot of these teams were taking fights outside of the zone, and even when they were to move in, that's where they get caught out. I think Blue has did the most damage. We saw how much that he has to handle by the corner of the river, which was really impressive. And on second place is going to be Tony K, which we saw them striking down members inside of Infinity and also had to deal with 7-9 eventually. So 2 more maps to go, ladies and gentlemen, as we've already got Erangel as well as Sangham pretty much sorted out. So these 2 fights inside Miramar, it's absolutely going to be hot and humid. So Choo, I think like there's definitely a lot of expectation being set for some teams out there, but it's good to also see that, you know, it's a big bounce back from the teams of PMPL Malaysia.
Yep, I'd say far it has been the Indonesian teams at first starting off their momentum quite strong, and then the Malaysian teams happen to be rising up the occasion. Next, we expect it from a different region. Can it be the Thais who love Miramar more than the others? Or you do know that Team Flash start to be a bit more aggressive based on their performance entire day here today. I'm looking forward for Team Flash, and I'm sorry, the Xaviers. I just predicted the entire line of prediction for the Xaviers. I think that kind of, yeah.
It's okay. I mean, I guess like I put myself a little bit of jinx as well to, you know, TALON as well as DX. And I guess like we thought that, hey, the previous week stats were looking really good for them, but maybe it's been a little bit more of a break in which they kind of have overestimated how much more these other teams have been so hungry to take on these challenges heading into this Super Sunday run. So DX, I think going back to the World Tier, week 3, we'll see them being a lot more motivated to once again get another chance on this Super Sunday. But more often than not, when you have such a spectacular performance back in week 1, I think that might just be about enough points for them to pull through to the grand finals, at least.
I think they definitely probably a high chance in the top 16 for the grand finals. They secure quite a number of points when it comes to week number 1. Now it's down to whether they can squeeze into the week number 3. That's a different story. But so far, I feel like Well, Vampires definitely played way more stronger than their last week performance, and it feels like their objective of the day, it's going to be just focused on the eliminations. They don't really focus on placement points. Most of the teams don't really focus on placement points. The bonus, it's going to be a bonus for Chicken Dinner by the end of every single map. But speaking of Miramar, we're going to expect more firepower in this one. We can expect more engagement since the start, just like how we saw the last wrangle. Maybe because of the train of a hype they still have in them, the adrenaline rush will force them to do unusual, unexpected rotations early on. Hopefully it won't be a quiet start, but I expect Miramar, it's going to be super dusty and messy. And not just that, depends on the circle as well. So far we had a lot of water treatment. I mentioned to you guys yesterday as well, right? We don't have too much on the left side of the map so far when it comes to Miramar.
Yeah, and from yesterday's one, we also see a little bit more of that fight around Cruz de Val and another one being in an absolute different territory. So maybe it's going to be a change of pace as well as compared to water treatment, as well as what you mentioned, Impala to also be one of the hot spots out there. So I think that teams are definitely very familiar to play around regions like Chumasera or so. So I hope to actually see more curveball. Even the south side, like that empty area around Patona, that is a very difficult place to play.
I mean, like, we miss Los Higos, yes, but we never seen Patona ever yet in this entire tournament. But if it happens in south of Los Leones, you mentioned about the southern side, I dislike it so much. I don't want to use the word hate, it's too strong, but I extremely dislike Los Leones southern side circle. It's not going to be fun, and it's taking so many angles for the player to just, there's so many places to hide for them. But at least Tony K is having a good day. Maybe he just shot down his imposter multiple times today.
Yeah, I think like that's what's been putting a smile on his face. Not only he says like, hey, we've been winning a lot of fights today, but I won the more important trade. Like, I get to beat my imposter not only in my own national league, but here in the wide view of the global audience. So with that said, we are also seeing some teams getting taken aback. Now we finally get Red FaZe on the block, and perhaps this will be a change of tempo for TALON Esports to play this one now.
I personally feel, I really like Red FaZe as the fragger because he can go crazy with those shots, he can go crazy with his rotation, something a bit too reckless, leaving all the rest of the team behind, but just going solo in towards the rush of the other teams. But we cannot deny the fact that without Red FaZe, TALON, when it comes to yesterday's performance, they don't actually put Red FaZe in the lineup. It was actually a better run, but maybe to a certain extent that they're kind of exhausted by now with that that kind of lineup. They need a bit of a fresher mind coming in, which Red FaZe possibly be a high valuable player. Yeah, depends really.
Yeah, it really would be beneficial, especially it being such a long week already for most of these squads that have played through, not only on the group stage, but also on the last chance. Now, heading into the Sunday, when you're playing in Miramar, it definitely involves a little bit more technical ability to maneuver around. So, I like the addition of Red FaZe.
I personally saw Alva just now. I think he's like trying to be the Einstein for the team. He's the one that have to calculate every distance between team and the others. And then the others are like, just, we're just going to put all the burden to you. You do the calculation, you do whatever it needs to, just make sure that we actually win and stay alive. But the rest of the team do actually perform quite well. Alter Ego, despite they're not actually last season champions, they still maintain their consistency no matter what the situation is.
Yeah, and that's what we actually love to see coming out of Alter Ego. And to me, I think that Team Flash has been outstanding throughout the course of the groups as well as yesterday's run as well. So I'm hoping to see more out of this Vietnamese squad, as they have been one of the major flag bearers, especially now with DX being down. I think that they are definitely hoping to outscore the rest of DX by the end of the day.
They can. Team Flash, that's the thing. It's so unpredictable regarding their stability of performance. They are on a roller coaster ride. They're a very hot and cold team. It's so hard to read out the consistency out there. But these Xaviers, despite they're not being too hot today, but at least they're still in the middle pack some sort. They don't drop it entirely, but Team Flash is a different one. They might actually just drop it way too early sometimes. That's the thing. But if they go big, they can go really extensively big. They're like RRQ today.
Yeah, and I think like RRQ, I think yesterday's one definitely has taken a toll on them as well, where they come in with a new perspective. They want to do exact the same type of aggression, but they gotta remember these guys who have qualified in through the group stages, they also have heavy firepower, and let's see it through as we move our way into our first Miramar of our Super Sunday.
Back to Miramar from Puerto Princesa down all the way to from southeast, probably down up to northwest. So we do have La Cabrera for the ending, and it's splitting the map evenly into two sides, right and left. But it's all down to the circle. But high chance it's going to be a generous one. I assume it's going to be a generous one.
Yeah, I do believe so. And for the past day up to today, Miramar has been really generous when it comes down to how it allows players to really get to where they really need to be. There's not too much of a challenge for these teams to get to where they need to in the early phase of the game, but even so, we've seen some early battles happening, and we might even get one later on, as we see NKTE to be the first one to be taking dips into the side of Portopari, so not too far. They eventually will have to challenge BOOM Esports by the corner of Impala as well. Now, what will be the biggest curveball, I wonder, when it comes down to how the circle plays out?
Well, we have to wait and see. Also, Ego dropping himself quite early on south side of Los Leones, and KT on top of Puerto Princesa. Zergia's also on the south side of Los Leones, but we do know how big Los Leones is. It can just fill in with 4 or 5 teams. But we do have another truck stop. Are you kidding me? Another truck stop.
Oh, pretty interesting. I mean, with that updated area around that corner, which, you know, teams usually have not been actually paying attention into moving into that direction. I think it's definitely great for the teams to get used to that area of play. And it doesn't seem like there's any team around El Azahar either, so there's a lot of space for the taking. Now we give our eyes into how Zedline has been doing right now, because they are just 2 points away from tying it with BOOM.
Well, like I mentioned, placement, it's not that important. Based on the Super Sunday, the most important thing is going to be collecting as much point as they can. But the running for the MVP or the Terminator of the entirety of season, it's going to be important for the teams up there as well. It's going to be extra bling bling and ka-ching, which we do know it's going to be in USDs. But speaking of another team, Vampire is the only team that didn't score themselves double digit last week. But this time we have Morph and Zergia. But I do, for me, Morph, this is their first Super Sunday, so I get it. They're quite having a hard time reading out the rotation of all the teams, because when it comes to Super Sunday, their plays are so different compared to group stage and the last chance stage. But Zergia's on the other end, they already had their Super Sunday in week number 1. They should kind of adapt to it by now.
Yeah, they definitely have been able to at least read the room right, but there's still, you know, certain occasions where they were also being flustered by the pressure of how things get into the late stages of the game. So other than that, I think that they've been looking pretty okay so far. Meanwhile, Team Flash so far will have a good region of play inside of San Martin. Won't be too far to rotate into the first phase of the circle, so they can just easily take their time for now. Alter Ego already calling for an early rotation into the zone, whereas for BOOM Esports, they don't really have to move too far. They're already in Pala, by the way. So we will give them a couple of minutes before we actually see some good fights going our way.
Well, last time we saw this sort of circle, 3 teams possibly tried to get into the truck stop early on, because they do know the compound itself, it's heavily comprises of a lot of buildings, and not just that, it's quite a small space as well, so not too much of a space to be shared by more than 2 teams perhaps. On the side of Morph, now what can they do to push the numbers up? Probably play a bit safer, but it's not them to push and initiate the fight every single time. They're always being ambushed by another team or caught himself in a triangle crossfire and happens to be the one that pinned down by 2 teams at the same time.
Yeah, and Morph has been trying so many different variations to even bring in Hulk this time around in order to at least score a few more points in the Super Sunday run, because being close to the bottom definitely feels super uncomfortable for a team of such a high caliber like Morph GPX. Well, it's been pretty lackluster, honestly, moving into this week too. Meanwhile, for the side of DX, honestly, mid-table, not too bad, but if they could just bypass teams like FaZe Clan or even Team Flash, they would be much happier.
Newsflash, Contra is just Morph this season.
Right. They have so many name changes throughout the season. Well, sometimes it's Morph, sometimes it's GPX, and then you don't know what's going to come up next in the next season.
Yeah, but it's always going to be about, you know what I need. Then, okay, Udo Lines. What's that here? But speaking of Udo Lines, Leon taking the first right foot out and spotted out Alva. Alva, the one trying to figure out the strategy for the teams that we saw. He was looking at the minimap before the game even started. Sadly, the overthinking actually did not make him do so well here right now, as Udo Lines can instantly finish it off. But the rest of Alter Ego, I don't know where they're at currently, because it seems to me only Alva happened to be there by himself.
Yeah, and I think like this has been 2 maps in a row that Alva gets caught out like this. It definitely doesn't look to be beneficial towards the side of Alter Ego Esports. I mean, as much as they are still in a poised position at the top, for you don't want to play this vast map of Miramar with one hand tied behind your back. Now, that's also going to be Lapar that gets caught out in this long-range straight sweeps, now soaking some damage, also getting knocked back. So perhaps this is going to be an initiation, but it doesn't even matter because Sunsea has got that one covered too. And, well, that actually comes 1-for-1 for both BTR and VPE.
Now, BTR do have a slightly different change of lineup here. They actually swap out Gemforce for Lapar. This going to be interesting lineup. I think they're trying to experiment on their Bass main roster right now, which will advance towards the final week perhaps for the side of BTR, because BTR, they're not really in the safe spot here, because we talked about their performance in week number 1. It was pretty okay at first in the first half of a week, which is going to be the group stage, but when it comes to Super Sunday, I mean, like, I feel like it's a different era entirely. We do know there's going to be the OG player in there. That's going to be the legendary twins, Luxy and Suxy. They're one of the most veterans in here, other than the Xavier's player as well.
Yeah, speaking of which, like, there's so many players that comes and goes from all these seasons, but it's Suxy as well as Luxy that has been the mainstay since, what, 2019 up till today. And it doesn't seem to see these players to be having too much of a dip of performance after so many years of play. As a matter of fact, it does supplement the team when it comes down to how well they bring the experience to play. Now, Alter Ego has got some stragglers somewhere in between, but I don't think that these teams are looking to subscribe into any of these big fights. But nevertheless, I think that experience definitely does pay off. And you take a look at all the Thai region overall, you also have so many of all these familiar faces like Onsens, and the list goes on, right? Tony K, as much as he's made his debut so young into the pro scene, he's still here to play.
He's still young, by the way.
He's still very young. And that makes me feel so old. Because, like, wow,
You're
we're
old.
counting back
I'm
in the
still
day.
young, by the way. I'm still young. What do you mean? But back to as a circle, it's going to be 100% truck stop. We do know this 100% since the start because of how the pattern of the entirety of the league sometimes happens to be repeating itself. The Xavier's coming in late, but look at how heavily concentrated the center of truck stop, my god. 16 teams still intact with BTR left with only 2 players on there.
Okay, we find ourselves at first commitment of a battle here between RRQ as well as BIGETRON, Red Villains. Corn's gonna find Kenny S, so that's Team Flash once again locking horns with Semline, it just doesn't seem to be the case where these two teams will just give each other a little bit of rest. Batman now will secure the kill onto KDS. Meanwhile, the trade onto Luxy as they're taking long-range taps, but they are slowly backing off. My, what's really going on here? Because RQ is also losing members out there in the open.
Oh, Team Flash come up from the back. It's always going to be the third-party players here early on. Whoever opened fire, there will be somebody happen to be... it's like a compass. The shotguns and all the guns, audio cues, is going to be attracting all the teams that happen to be passing by. And they're just going to pull over and just take away the points whenever they can. They will try to stop and pull over. Now, Team Flash definitely got that one knockdown, but lucky enough, it's quite a distance, around 200 to 300 meters apart. So it's impossible for them to push in straight to RQ. So I think it's no problem for RQ to just revive, and definitely they are doing that. But U2 is taking this slow and steady control.
Yeah, and I think it's definitely the right play coming in from some of all these players out there that get themselves pretty much caught out somewhere towards the mid-game of Stage 2. It's still relatively early in Miramar's context because there's still so many stages to go, but with so little spacing, they're just hoping to actually find any elevated angles where they could just get more information throughout the course of the map. Speaking of which, Infinity, they're taking the safer route, which is to wrap by the edges. Very peculiar play, but of course the road less traveled might actually pay dividend later on.
Well, not the same case for the Xaviers. Despite they trying to rotate as late as they can be, still being caught up by another team. Same goes for Infinity. I don't think these two teams can get out from the blue unharmed. We do know, we've seen so many extended fights in the blue that it never fare well for any of these teams. But unless Morph decided to just gatekeep from the inner circle, which they can not too far off, Infinity will have trouble to shove themselves into the safe zone. A bit of a drift for Logan even.
Yeah, he just basically ran over a rock or some sort. So luckily he wasn't being capitalized, while Zay, hoping to actually get a catcher, Hazel watching from the top end, might be able to actually zone them out, but we already see the hits going through as Hazel has to actually hold true. He's giving info, and that is how you do it. Logan says thank you very much, my friend. Thankfully he still survives, but Hazel's here. No time for the rescue just yet, as Hazel will try to pummel him down. He jumps in the nick of time and goes in for the 180 swing, but he still goes down. Flippy unable to trade back. Morph, they are looking to turn the tides around.
I mean, like, Flippy does look like a bit of James Bond Hollywood movie just now, the way he dodged those vehicles, but unfortunately it didn't actually fare him well till the very end. Infinity on the then left with only got Tony, but still got all three members bleeding out. But the problem is how to save them, because it's right in front of Morph, by the way. So Tony, not just that, the Blues happen to be just hitting at the wrong time for him, plus there's also Team Flash on the other side. Flying cards it is, Razy for Boom.
And my goodness me, the way that they've been playing this one so aggressively, Boom has not really changed their plans after all. They go ham, and they will find members of NKT. My goodness, those flying vehicles definitely caught them off guard. NKT was not prepared for that.
Boom, they surprise NKT. I mean, like, you get surprised if suddenly there's a bottom of Daisy right in your face, right? You don't see that one every day. But on the side of NKT, living with only Spider 10, they are pretty much in the same book as, I think it was Morph early on, but NKT, sorry. Morph still have two players left. Well, we are looking at the big numbers up there, which can be Boom, the only one that engaging early on. Rosemary and Alter Ego seems to be interested with Sam 9 that happen to be just passing by. But BTR do have those elevation. If they open fire, that's going to be them exposing their own positions there.
Yeah, Sam 9 just holding by the corners of Truck Stop and hoping to greet some of these members of Alter Ego if they are about to enter the cores of the field. Rosemary's all alone. He has his own shelter in the form of the compound. So I don't think that Sem9 can actually go in for the full engagement, especially with the rest of Alter Ego pretty much spread out in the city of Truck Stop. Whereas NKT, of course, withered down from that earlier fight, only having one member left. As a matter of fact, we see heavy casualty on so many teams already. 2 members lost from Sem9, Infinity, NKT, only 1 member left.
Morph might be the next target here. They might be the first team to be eliminated, and that's going to be a bummer because no team being ousted yet. We still have 16 intact with a very small circle in between. That's going to shrink now, right probably on top of Truck Stop still in between the Minas Generalis. With these Avis got himself the center, but NKT spotted out by Boom. Boom is just bulldozing people from behind.
Yeah, and rightfully so with that prowess of ample firepower that they have, and they just solely catch each players off. Now they are at that #1 spot, still holding strong, but there is going to be XERXIA that will challenge that. Yummy now getting knocked down, but thankfully Palm is going to be around to be the saving grace for the moment. So not too much of a hassle. Meanwhile, Morph, they're going for the engage. They take one more member down inside the 7-9. So it is going to be a 2 versus 2 between these two teams. Whereas, Boom, they're closing in. They want to challenge XERXIA.
No, it's not just XERXIA on this side. There's also BTR as well. Boom, they might attract you to angle fight here. We're talking about the swing options for the side of Boom, but they are actually focusing on to the side of BTR, not taking XERXIA into consideration. It's actually 7-9. Yuhai caught himself in the crossfire of Alter Ego, Boom, and Morph on the other end. That's worse. And all eyes on to Yuhai, and it's down. Another one team that actually ended up with a 0 for the first Mirama of the day, second last map here. And that's 2 teams out so far. Team Flash taking it very slow, but they're taking it slightly blue. But look at how many teams are there here? 3 IQOO, PIGMY, and Team Flash.
My goodness, all these valleys of the hill has been occupied, and it just makes it so rough for the side of Team Flash to even maneuver around. All caught up, and now this North Point engagement doesn't seem like it's faring good for the side of Gosu. He has to expend all these smokes so early in stage 4, just hoping to survive, whereas the rest of PIGMY, they're just fancying their chances now. One grenade cooked up, looking for Corn. Corn gets a little bit of glimpse. That's only gonna chip some of his HP for while Gosu goes ahead, supplement the attack. How are they gonna pull this off? So many members of PIGMY, and the blue zone's already setting in. He gets knocked, and it is going to be PIGMY's side that will be able to just clean up.
And that's a lot of map kits there as well. The first 8 was abundance on the side of Team Flash just now. Well, we do have one last player of Team Morph in the center of the crossfire as well. IQOO Spot is still going to keep the rest of PIGMY. That's going to be... Is it going to be the last player for PIGMY? Not really. Still 2 of them, but the Blues start to hit. But Rosemary... How did Rosemary keep on popping off when there's different teams we're focusing on?
He just loves this third-party catches, and for some reason, he always hit the mark. And we don't even know where exactly he's coming from up till today. And that's just one of the MVPs of the tournament, just being excellent at his job. Well, that will be pretty much allowing some of all these members of PMSL Esports, though they did so well in that fight, they just took too much of a time by the outskirts.
Oh, here comes Boom. They want to annihilate the entirety of XERXIA, down to only last player, I assume, for XERXIA. No, still 3 of them, but pretty sick or pretty down in terms of their health. Circle will shift. It's back to its Truck Stop with BTR in the center as a duo. The Xavier still not budging, which means they're waiting for the right time to open fire. When boys look at how far they open up their angles, it's going to be Flip taking the entirety of IQOO by himself with XERXIA. Oh, gonna be a face-to-face head-to-head fight between them and Boom.
And Boom's just pushing in. They know that they have the numbers advantage, and just like that, Razy secures it. Boom Esports just crushing through the likes of XERXIA. Another rough run in, and they didn't manage to find any points in this Miramar run. Meanwhile, FaZe Clan versus Yudo Alliance tags upon the side of Adik Luke. A 2-2 setup as they are sending 2 members to the side of FaZe Clan to just face check. And now, Yudo Alliance is also worried that there is Boom Esports around that they have to be taking concern of. So all these smokes are being popped. These 2 units of Yudo Alliance trying to hold strong, but it didn't seem like they have any rest at all because Blue Zone setting in.
Now, the only option for the side of Yudo Alliance to get it out alive is going to be go down south, take a bit of a blue zone, and just go the other way around, a bit of longer rotation, just to not get into the fight in between the crossfire to FaZe Clan and Boom. But speaking of Boom, well, they spotted out earlier. He's going to be knocked down once more. Rosemary, you're pretty great at finding those weak point of the teams that are having a crossfire off angle, but, well, his driving skills is a bit, well, it is what it is.
But he managed to fix that. The tires were caught right underneath the truck, but that's pretty much cleared out. Now he's pushing against No Mercy, playing by the edge, having a little cover by the stone. No Mercy has a vehicle of his own as well. He gets a little bit of glimpse of No Mercy, but what really happened here? It's going to be TALON here that will send those nades in, flushing out the final member of IQOO Alliance, but they will eventually meet up with a full squad sending his way. FaZe Clan, this time just looking ferocious. 3 points garnered, and there's probably even more. 2-2 split formation coming out from the side of Talon Esports as they are taking on this fight. Chip damage being done. And Ventoris, he's got back away. That nade does connect onto the side of Yoru, but it's just a tough angle for the side of Mela to work with, but somehow they're making this ordeal work very well.
FaZe spot down Mela, who tried to just lean peek at the same time. Moment just taken out on Yoru. Problems for Talon, and FaZe is going to be his first game here after they haven't seen him for quite some time for this week. Mormon, on the other hand, trying to just take FaZe down, but Mystery kind of fight himself with a different enemy in Tiny. That's going to be the blue zone. While the rest of Talon being cornered down to one tuck of the corner, while FaZe Clan also spotting them out. It's going to be tough for Talon to get out from there. The moment they try to just get away from the blue zone, it's an open area with barely got any structures in between for them to take covers to just advance forward.
Yeah, and Misery is already getting some damage coming in from the blue zone. Boom, still looking to pry this one open as 2 members of Alter Ego is stuck within the city of Truck Stop. Now, this will be the update of the circle, which we'll see it going maybe closer into the center of the field, which BIGETRON Red Villains will be fancying their chances. Now, with only 2 members, there's not much that they can afford to hold, so they need to focus onto a designated area. The south side sees a lot more teams moving their way compared to the north, where RQ will be looking to close out some chances of VPE passing through.
Based on how many teams there are left in this map right now, I have a feeling we might actually have the dominations of Indonesians once more. High chance it will be in the finale of the top 3 or top 4 later on. So RRQ taking a bit of time to advance towards Alter Ego. A Talon will have to face the wrath of FaZe Clan. Mela got naded down. It was a Kobe by Axel. This is going to be go time, not yet, because on the side of Talon, they do know their lack of manpower right now. That's going to be a clean execution by the grenade coming up from Axel. What an angle, but FaZe for Delvin Torres. If they can knock another play of FaZe Clan, that's the only way for them to actually push now. But also they have to deal with the Xaviers on the other end, though.
Yeah, that was a great nade coming in from the side of Axel. And FaZe Clan were unable to even go in for that resuscitation. They're just by the edge of the zone where Talon Esports, they're starting to actually get shots coming their way. Red FaZe pinned out. He does have the smoke to cover his tracks for the moment, but they do know that they're going to be hiding right behind the tree. Nades are also being tossed his way as the rest of DX are closing in from the other angle. Talon Esports is absolutely sandwiched.
Oh, another team seems to be stuck in a corner here. Paragon and Nate on there then got quite a bit of damage. I'm not sure. I have no clue who actually shot him from afar. Was it PIGMY or was it Nate's coming out from Talon? Here comes. But there's nobody in that small shack, so it's not going to be clipping towards anybody. But also giving away the position. FaZe Clan on this moment also trying to find the opportunity to fight up, but lucky enough for Talon, FaZe finding himself an opportunity once more to take down on FaZe Clan. Now, it's going to be Talon 2 players divide their work here, but the workload will not be able to just finish off by the side of one player of FaZe. Axel trying to deal with these Xaviers at the same time, but we do have another team from the back. I think Moment will be revived, but FaZe forced himself into the compound since the Blues start to clip down off his HP. But it's going to be a ring around the Rosie again. He tossed over the Molly and hurt those audio cues from the footsteps just now. FaZe exposed himself to the rest of the world, but he will take out so many damage. Nate will give off the support from the back, and that's leaving only Axel left for the side of Talon.
Yeah, he was being dished behind because there's no vehicles left, so Axel will have to look inwards, and he'll definitely put up the fight. That monster truck's gonna burn out, and we see a collateral, a run in from the side of RRQ Ryu as well. This is going to be a tough battle as you have Bushel coming to flank angles. No mercy. The only one left for the side of RQ. Nade's being tossed towards his end. And somehow he managed to just hold the line. But that nade from the back, that will be the elimination of Alter Ego.
Despite he got so many knockdowns from that spray, valiant effort coming out from BIGETRON, but unfortunately no translation to his point due to that nade that finished off with the help of the blue zone. We're down to 7 teams with Boom still alive. Now be aware of Boom. They're going to go crazy after this. Vampires also trying to look out for the eliminations. They're trying to lock down the Xaviers, but BTR will be under the scope of Boom first. FaZe Clan also spotted on the Xaviers. The Xaviers still stuck themselves between 2 or 3 teams currently. Axel, Torres, he just missed that one.
Yeah, and I thought that he would be easily getting that one off the bat. And lo and behold, Boom Esports 12 points in, just like how they did back in Angle, and they're going to be able to find even more Pombit. Gets another knock secured. How on earth have they been able to pull off such heroics? And from the top side, Vampire Esports have been holding steady, whereas Pombit is trying to settle the scores with the rest of RQ. RQ has been taking control of the North Point, and we are about to see the collision between these two Indonesian squads, but they do have a wide spread, so those grenades will not be connecting after all. But Boom Esports, they're not going to be letting them get a free pass, so no matter what, we'll see a close and close battle between these two squads.
Now, FaZe Clan did actually just disable Boom from being aggressive here with one player knocked down, but RRQ taking advantage, knowing the fact that one of the members still bleeds out for Pombit. But Frenzy don't have time. Here comes a nade from No Mercy, cooking it up, all about in 2 seconds, and one, and it did not land. It was overcooked as well, over toss at a point. Here comes another nade, another molly, but RRQ just given the opportunity for Vampires to shoot them down, and RRQ finally finish off the crazy run, the hectic rampage run. Coming up from the side of Boom, we're down to 4 teams with 2 ties and 1 Vietnam, and coming up from RRQ, the only team from the Indonesian side.
Yeah, RRQ definitely has played such a defensive hole at the very same time. And with VPE also taking a good peak angle against RRQ, we see a little bit more disciplinary action coming in from RRQ to eventually close up that fight against Boom. So that streak has already been broken. Now down to RRQ here with a slight numbers advantage against these other squads out there. But Vampire Esports, they've been looking to solidify themselves into the zone of the circle. It is definitely going to be problems for the side of FaZe Clan to cut through into stage A.
No Mercy. If it can actually just count out one player of FaZe Clan, oh, never mind. Nerpeko is actually doing all the work by himself. One's trying to revive of Victorious, but the blue zone is just too close for FaZe Clan. Time is ticking, and it's definitely their definite enemy at this point. But it's going to be Tony K from Vampires. Close up the elimination on the side of FaZe Clan. It's going to be VPE versus RRQ. 3v3.
This could be the redemption arc for Vampire Esports. RRQ Ryu have definitely had some tough hurdles back in Erangel, but this time in Miramar, make no mistakes, they are looking to secure a big win for themselves. Already 11 points. And no matter how this one goes, they're going to walk out of this one with their smiles on their face. But it's definitely going to be sweeter if they have that chicken dinner. Tony K now drops up the kill, supplement Stone to try to see if they can spot anybody out from the side of RQ. But you can see how disciplined they've been for the entire time. RQ not budging at all as they are basically taking the direct center. They do send a few members from the south side as Tony K is hoping to see if that will give them any form of benefits and maybe set up a flank.
Tony K definitely can see the rotations of RRQ, who's trying to bait them out with the buggy just now. And this is going to be the best round for RRQ today, so they're definitely in the dire need of points here. We're down to only last match later on for Miramar, and RRQ barely budging from the single digit early on, but here comes the nade. They're starting off, the initiating a fight. Stone will not be clipped down. It's going to be a bit of over toss and a bit of a short toss coming up from the side of RRQ just now. Vampires, they're trying to bait out all the utilities from RRQ just to make sure their utilities run dry, but Asa just being spotted by Tony K. Here comes the flank side. He's going off angle and just charge in without thinking twice.
Yeah, and the first pressure being applied right now onto the side of Asa, whereas the other two members of RQ, they hope to actually hold down the line. A lot of smokes now in the direct center for them to play about. So, with all the information gathered from the side of Vampire Esports, they still could not afford to take those peak up the hill because they don't really have that intel onto the top end of the hill. The Petco is going to be the focus for Tony K, and he will still have to go pro just to keep himself covered up. But Nomasi strikes back, now swinging in to find the members of the PE Phuket. Definitely holding down the line, but will be traded back as well. Still a 2v2, and Stone gets caught out. It will be a win for RRQ Ryu.
Finally tearing, and I don't know if it's a bit too late for them to get themselves momentum, but at least they've got some improvement when it comes to the scores later on. I'm not sure about the last number of their eliminations. Last time we saw them around maybe double digit by end of this map. But this is definitely what they needed. Nepeko can see smiling just a tiny bit early on. We don't see any of them smiling at all on the side of RRQ. What a relief for the side of RRQ to just budge from that single digit at 7 or 6 points early on. They definitely needed this more than anybody else out there.
Can't agree more than that. You can see the elation on all of these members that put all the effort to secure this chicken dinner. Of course, even for VPE, this has been quite the story for them to be able to have such a run here in the Super Sunday, but all eyes on RRQ Ryu. They have had so many aggressive attempts that didn't work well in those rounds of angle, but this is definitely that big round that they regained that tempo again, as we saw how well the Petco has been able to deal massive amount of damage course of the run.
It's going to be the average elimination. RRQ, this is the thing, right? They never scored less than 10 if they actually scored the chicken. It's always going to be the average of 14 to 16. But Nepeko, this is going to be a 35 damage distribution towards a headshot. But when it comes to damage received, pretty much okay. And 27% team contribution, that just speaks out. The entire team actually worked so well in Miramar. Is this their map? Do they feel more comfortable? Because all the other Indonesian teams do prefer Wrangell over Miramar, but are they the only teams coming from Indonesian region that do prefer the sandy dunes of Miramar map than the others?
It might actually look to be the case, and when you look at the difference between RQ and the rest of the pack, they really stock up all these frag grenades so that they can get the upper hand to just flush teams out by just using their utilities. Whereas, of course, some of all these members coming from Broom FaZe as well as VPE, they have played out very, very tight angles, hunting behind those corners to make things work. And of course, let's drill into the highlights a bit further later on.
I feel sorry for the table by end of today. So many smashing of the table every single time somebody scores chicken. But speaking of which, I was looking at the data in the previous few weeks. Definitely RIQ. Last time they actually get those huge eliminations, which was 21 back then, where it was broken the record today by Boom. It was also the same exact map, the 5th map of the day, which was the first Miramar map with 24 points on total. But look at the zero. XERXIA seems to be the only team without double digit down here.
Yeah, and as much as we saw some of all the Malaysian teams getting those wins back in Erangel, in Miramar it definitely sees a very change of pace where they couldn't really get the best out of the course of action in Miramar as well. As for RQ, I was looking at how they've been moving around the map. They have always took fights as a team of 4. They weren't just fully committed onto 2-2 splits. The moment they spot somebody out and they want to take a fight, they send all 4 members out there. That's the right mentality to actually face off against all the other squads here inside of the Desert Dunes. But on the overall rankings, it's going to be Boom Esports that will retain their #1 spot, looking poised to be the champions of Week 2. Meanwhile, not too much of a shift going on the first half of the table. On the second half, it seems like teams are also taking a dip as we see DX now moving back into 9.
Well, congratulations, 14 more finally hitting themselves in a 10-point mark down there. While XERXIA, they still have one more shot to go, one more map. But last time we saw this, and I did mention this the same way how I did to Vampires, they didn't actually progress from that point onwards. But Pombit, boom. I mean, like, yeah, we do have Yummy, but guys, Pombit did a lot of work today as well. On the side of RNK, it's always, mostly, not always, mostly it's going to be Nbeko that actually hitting the numbers right. But the damage-wise, assists, yes, they do have pretty much the same number. Team contribution, Pombit, I agree. Previous one, even though Yummy got quite a number of eliminations, you have to thank Pombit for it as well.
Yeah, a lot of the limelight in the highlight reels definitely had Pombit to be in plenty of all those reels, and taking a look at the damage, it's no surprise that Boom Esports have been able to really come up huge with those damage numbers, even despite RQ taking those wins. They were basically drawing the center of attention when it comes down to how Boom has been playing the game overall. Meanwhile, we do have Thai teams such as FaZe Clan as well as Vampire to be able to offer a whole lot. But even despite that, we have not seen a Thai team win for the course of this Super Sunday for Week 2. Is this going to be the match for them to do so? We'll have to find out in moments' time. But it's been really dominated by the Indigent squads, although it's been different teams, Alter Ego, Boom, as well as RRQ so far throughout the course of the day.
Yeah, camera's back on us. My eyes are a bit too small for that, sorry guys. But speaking of which, yes, I agree. We haven't seen any Vietnam region teams or any of the Thai teams. Surprisingly, the Thais has been very quiet here when it comes to the last Super Sunday. But this is where they start to push up. Hopefully, I don't jinx them. But speaking of which, we're down to only last map of Super Sunday, means it's going to be the last chance for them to push the numbers up for their Week 2 Super Sunday points, which will contribute towards the overall later in the grand finals.
Yeah, and when we take a look at how Team Flash has been performing so far, I think like if there's anyone to do it for Vietnam, it has to be them, where DX definitely have shown that they can also fare very well when it comes down to skirmishes. In terms of lasting out till the tail end of the match in Miramar, it definitely looks to be quite tough. I mean, unless they really hang out with 4 members left, I do fancy themselves those performing chances. But looking at VPE, I think that they are definitely in such a good form for the grand finals already. I'm already talking about weeks ahead, but this looks a lot more like how they usually play versus how Week 1 has been for that Super Sunday, which was definitely a shocker for fans that have been supporting them, because these star-studded roster usually come up with those high scores. So I think it's about them just readapting into how all the other teams have been playing out. But Vampire, as well as a few other names out there coming in from Infinity, they are starting to gain that tempo at the very least.
Agree to disagree. Now, I personally feels like they they definitely want to go for eliminations here, or when it comes to vampires, yes, I agree. But I don't know, I haven't seen news at all for the entire day here, so I'm hoping for a bit of a change of wind for the side of vampires, because it feels like a bit lacking in certain, I don't know which aspect, but maybe they caught themselves in a trap or caught themselves in a crossfire, which we saw how many crossfire happened. Like, it's not about 2v2, not really 1v1 team, but mostly it's going to be like, what, 5 teams stack up in one certain chunk of a corner of that circle and just bundle up together for no reason and breaking the formation due to how they forced themselves the entry towards the safe zone and just didn't expect too many gatekeepers at the same time. Now, it's also super crucial for the analysts and the coaching staff to actually talk towards all the players out there regarding the rotations of the team, because we saw so many teams have to be clashing quite early, especially in stage number 2. There are some places that's quite vacant. Example, we talked about Al-Azhar. Yes, but the problem is the circle never go to the left side. So if you actually just shift away all the way towards Al-Azhar just for the sake of getting yourself the loot, it's doable, yes. But I personally feel like a team should actually think out of the box sometimes. You know, it's okay to rotate late because there's so many teams trying to force themselves in center of circle early on, because we do know there's a lot of gatekeepers around the edge of the circle, especially with Boom today. But coming in late with a lot of first aids, which is not actually a bad option out there.
Yeah, I guess they just made do with whatever they had in those kind of skirmishes that they were hoping to actually win. Now, of course, with the dust settled for our first run in for Miramar, we're moving into the final match of the weekend, ladies and gents, as the Super Sunday slowly draws to a close. We've got a lot of big winners heading into this second week of the Super Sunday. I think like it's definitely pleasant to also see teams like 7-9, Bugle Lions doing very well, and Boom Esports looking very, very well to just secure themselves that #1 spot to add big points to their tally.
Why is he batting his eyelashes towards his teammates?
It's been a long day for them. I guess like it's like, okay, gotta have your eyes pretty much clear for the final game. They must have felt very tired.
Why is looking so pretty down there? I think that's Snake, by the way, just now. Attentively listening to his teammate, maybe his insights. But speaking of the final round here, it has been a long day for teams at the very bottom, but for Boom, they're having fun. Some Octopus coming up from the side of Infinity, that's depending on his mood, so it is not really, I think it's smiling right now for the Octopus, so everything is okay. No major swaps for last map here. Even the twins will stay in the roster.
You know, for so many years, I still could not tell which one is XERXIA as well. So let's see when the camera pans over. But you fans can basically tell me which one is which as we move our way into our final game of the night.
Based on the trend here today, we have a lot of similar circle. In Erangel, will it be the same case when it comes to Miramar? With truck stop have to be passing on top of this flight path. But we talked about Al-Azhar quite vacant before. Even Al-Pozo don't really have too much visitors early on. But it's all down to this last circle to determine whether the players had enough points before they just start to revise regarding week number 2. Now, provided also that put in your mind that the players is not confirmed. The players that played today, the teams that actually played today will not be confirmed to enter the final week next week Super Sunday as well. So they need to make sure they can get advantage out of this week's Super Sunday.
That's true, and pressure is definitely on XERXIA because so far throughout the course of all these maps, they only secured about 6 points or so. That is bare minimal, which, you know, whoever qualifies for the third Super Sunday can easily surpass that record, so to speak. Now, Al-Azhar will now be acquired by Altered Ego as they take a wide array of formation. Also having a member over onto the truck stop, that will be Void Chill as well as Float Rosemary. Whereas the circle will be up the far off. We got La Cabrera open up, Trader Phil is also up for taking. This is bound to be interesting.
This is one of the many that's so rare in the season. Now, high chance we might end up on top of crater field, but due to the flight path, and also so many times, extremely too many, that we had so much of this centralized circle, or even on the right side, even down south to South Los Leones. Not many teams expect this sort of circle to pop in the last map of the day. So we can assume when it comes to Picado, I think FaZe Clan can take their own sweet time to migrate if they need to, or they can stay for a bit. But the rest of the team that dropped themselves quite early on, they're definitely in the dire need of finding themselves that important vehicles that they as much as they can.
Yeah, that's the most vital resource when it comes down to Miramar. You got to get yourselves all the vehicles up and running, and preparing some gas cans as well, because it can be quite a long ride. And we're looking at NKT, who's actually scouting around using the hovercraft.
The glider, the goat. The goat, okay, this is the goat flying. Look at how, I just wish nobody will shoot him down though. Hopefully there's nobody nearby.
We just love to witness players just getting themselves into the glider. It's definitely very difficult to control, but with the brand new updates, it has been maybe simplified for a little bit to be a little bit friendlier to use. But we'll still see whether if he's going to be able to land it perfectly. Meanwhile, we get a glimpse of Sem9. That past round of Miramar was not really up to their liking at all. It's barely any points that it was scored, as they were one of the earliest teams to bow out. Now, it's a significant gap for them to even catch up to Boom. Boom has been on impeccable form in terms of firepower, in terms of how they work together as a team. There's no full stop that they're pushing on any end, but for FaZe Clan, they're already making a very swift journey out of Picado already, having one to go out on scout, whereas Mela and the rest of them are already prepared to go on wheels.
I mean, it's a very peaceful start. The only entertaining for us is just going to be the glider. I don't want to bore us with statistic right now, because we've seen the same thing over and over again. Sorry guys. But speaking of which, regarding the glider, right, I was expecting at least Flyboy will actually fly the glider, because he himself is a pilot. Now, if it's like a simulator, like how it should be flown for like a commercial aircraft, I was expecting Flyboy will actually flex out his ability to fly the glider, which coming up from Boom Esports. But unfortunately, I don't think Flyboy is playing for the last map though.
Yeah, maybe he is on a different simulator right now, practicing for these upcoming matches. But who knows? He might actually demonstrate something when he does get his play time. Yodo Alliance on third place now sees themselves tied with Vampire Esports at 40 pointers out there. It's all thanks to Vampire's effort coming from that previous game that has pulled this kind of performance. Now they can actually finish on the top 3 if they get another good run.
Now let's do some math. How about that? Never mind, that XERXIA start to fire against 79 UI. I think that's kind of, when it comes to the first stage, if it's not like super early due to how the players drop quite late, we don't expect them to finish off in an instant from the long distance shot. I don't know where is the player that being knocked down just now, but RNG happened to be close. Why is he here? It seems like a lot of teams trying to go for the 1-1-1 formation sometimes in this vast map. But that one play of Sem is still not being revived yet, which they're probably just gonna revive him now. Ventora's taking on Team Flash next. Look at this. FaZe Clan going aggressive.
And they even instantaneously find 2 members to be knocked down. Mormon does get the short end of the trade, whereas Gosu, he has to hold down the line because he's the only one left. Such an aggressive take, as every quarter he turns, that's going to be a member of FaZe Clan. He just has to turtle in. Those grenades are being lobbed, and that is a perfect finisher. What a way to actually close it out against Team Flash.
Team Flash, they ended up with 31 points plus 41 points last week. So that ended up with 72 points only for week 1 plus week 2. But I think that's quite a decent start for week number 3. Hopefully they can make it through for week number 3. But for Alter Ego, they're trying to find a target. Next is going to be Morph and Morph. Split it into 2 parts here, 2-2. Flippy and the other player, Zayn Zero upside. Rosemary knocked down. Zero what? They spray Hazel taking on Boychill. This is going south for Alter Ego.
What a spray from Elva. He just managed to deter the push coming in from the side of Zero, and Morph is in danger. Alter Ego also gets peppered by the side of PIGMY Esports as the grenades does connect onto Hazel right now. They gotta go in for a quick reset to replenish their health. Other than that, things are looking to be pretty good. And what a nade that was! Octa finds one.
Octa finds probably two if he got one more nade, but unfortunately he doesn't have any left. Got himself a booster, painkillers, and first aid. That's it. Nothing else. Alva, well, he does have 3 grenades and 3 smokes though, but a bit too late now since Hill's being picked up again. But we do have PIGMY party back towards the other side, IQOO nearby as well, and Snakes might actually looking at the side right now, giving all the insights they need. Alva going in, 1 knockdown, leaving only 2 players left. Alter Ego 2v2, Hazel in trouble. Morph, can they withstand the firepower coming from this out of control Alter Ego? Rosemary, seems like they're doing the same thing just like how they did in the last round.
Yeah, and they only lost 1 member in that trade, which was still pretty good overall, but more only 1 point gathered so far, and they can only succumb to having 11 points for this Super Sunday. XERXIA now dealing with a lot of pressure from top as well as below as they try to exit out of El Pozo, but met their demise as DX is on top of this hill.
Xavius finally found himself some momentum here. After the entire day, it's going to be the last game. They finally start to show up. And KT, the GOAT just now, who flew himself in the glider. And KT were coming in the latest one amongst them all, but will actually caught up in the cluster of Udo Lines and Talon. Crossfire might actually happen, but I don't know if they can actually part with... No, there's a big mountain in between them. So Talon versus Udo Line still ongoing, while XERXIA Lobby Axe. This is gonna be the second last player. There's 2 more players there left for XERXIA, but quite split apart. But these Xavius Lamborghini trying to aim their 1-to-1 trade as Lobby Axe also being knocked down by Shadow, or aka Levi from the back. RNG, the support fire is just too far. I think he's just gonna exit out. Just find yourself a place to survive.
Yeah, great 1-for-1 trade, but because he's all alone, there's just no way that XERXIA can do anything about that situation and find themselves once again rock bottom. 1 member left. It's going to be really hard to play out this final few phases. Meanwhile, VPE versus RQ is definitely going to be very interesting. Far hole coming in from the side of Asa. Meanwhile, the God will get a catch onto Lamborghini of the X. But we focus our eyes onto Vampire Esports. They've been on a roll, and they're definitely finding a chance against the rest of RRQ.
RRQ just had their momentum in the last round with 14 eliminations. This is not the time for them to just slow it down. Same goes for Vampires. The Saviors, on the other hand, took another hit on the... actually took down one of the players of XERXIA once more. And I think that's going to be RNJ left for the side of XERXIA, or Lobby Axe between those 2. But Vampires, on the other hand, it's not just them on RRQ here anymore. There's another third party coming in, which can be PIGMY. And I'm not sure where the shots came from, but I don't think RRQ can actually shoot from this far. But it's going to be Boom, sorry.
Yeah, they're having a really good elevated area through the hills. Palmbit as well as Frantisi. Hoping to actually get a catch, especially on the Traps, because Traps is all alone there. He does have a little bit of smokes here to cover some ground before he moves back into his vehicle, but oh boy, he's gonna go through the crosshairs. And speaking of which, Tony K caught out by No Mercy.
Boom. Who will be their target next? They're waiting for the third party to just take advantage and not willing to sacrifice too much of their loot and their reserve and resources down there. RRQ, on the other hand, seems to be parting ways against Vampires. That's a good sign because 2 teams, these 2 both want to gain as much point as they can, since RQ is starting a bit later for the momentum. Yeah, you do Lines, on the other hand, well, down to 2 players left with RNJ as the last player of XERXIA. Now that's going to be interesting if Leon start to march towards RNJ, but it's going to be multi-level building, by the way, so it will take him some time to find RNJ in the corner. Well, and KT passing by, Mr. Joe being left behind. we don't see a lot of teams might be bumping each other anytime soon due to how heavily this compound is comprised of a lot of buildings. And we talked about creative fields early on, but the circle just happened to be moving away. Now this is going to be interesting circle control due to the terrain itself with valleys in between. Now you have to pick your poison here, whether you go for the left side or you go for the right side.
Yeah, it's really hard to tell where exactly it will swing towards which team's favor. But I'm looking at the south side. TALON Esports has definitely got a really good hold between the valleys. Whereas for FaZe Clan, they're just exiting this San Martin section and they are going to be locked right through. Some taps into the smoke, but it's not going to find anything at all against the rest of TALON Esports. FaZe Clan, they can just take their sweet time. I mean, they have the zone control underway. But it's going to be a vast area of play. They do spot out members of side of UNO Alliance. Jimmy knocked us in the moment's time when Villa... Oh my goodness, what's going on with BTR?
Stolen off the eliminations from FaZe Clan's nose, just underneath their nose just now. Devastating, definitely. FaZe Clan trying to get all the points they can from the long range shot, but it's going to be a third party game as usual. What a third party coming out from BTR. But Boom, on the other hand, taking those elevations to work. But we're talking about Boom versus Alter Ego. Now this is going to be fun.
And indeed it will be, as we have seen these two go toe-to-toe when it comes down to a 4 versus 4 fight. Boom Esports will have more numbers because Alter Ego has already lost one early on. Against NKT, it's going to be DX that hits the mark, immediately catching off the gut. And immediately pulls back. Lambo just wants to give some signal warning. Meanwhile, okay, we talk about physics.
No. Oh, Nate, not like that. But lucky enough for him, well, he's gonna go for another try, another attempt. You can do this, Nate. You can do this. But back towards the goat. Shadow sprays over. There's gonna be 3 eliminations and also follow up behind. It's gonna be UNO Alliance. They've got himself chicken for the day and dropping the ball now. But I don't know where is Nate. Can we see? Did he actually? Yeah, he made it through. Yay! Congratulations. You parked yourself up on the peak of the mountain and it was for you to see.
Yep, and finally getting that fresh air up the top. Might be able to actually spot some members off of NKT as well. Big Nate dropping in, not catching on to Alpha just yet. RRQ is blindsided. They don't exactly get to see members aside of Alter Ego as they are ready for this push. A little bit of a far spread for members of side of RRQ, but they're holding up a defense here with some grenades being tossed out. We didn't really expect much out of XERXIA, but their weekend run will end right here with a total of 8 points accrued. I guess that's the best that they can make out of this run. But we go back in the game. Damage done from Snape. He finds a member, and this is going to be a worrying sign for the side of Alter Ego.
We thought it's going to be Boom versus AE, but it's going to be AE versus RQ on the northern side, while the Empire's having a bit of attention coming up from Boom as well from the backside. Alter Ego now rushing in. Assar spotted out. It's going to be Alva going for the front line. Now he needs to reset himself, what the rest of the team will do some work as well. Octa just next to him in the Peko. Just going to hold this angle. He's not going to bouch. He's not going to move. He just wait around this angle. But the moment he actually just take a bit of a sip, this is where the team start to push in as well. While Snake caught himself in a trap with his own self of monster truck. It's too big of a truck, by the way.
Yeah, that definitely has flustered me a little bit, like where exactly that monster truck is going with that. Meanwhile, good discipline coming from the side of Alter Ego. They pop a couple of smokes, trying to push away in the Peko and also blinding some of all these angles. They still have a car park behind, so Elva will basically retreat because that circle's already closing in. But wherever they turn, Alter Ego, they are being gated off.
We do have a lot of contenders for the high spots, but I don't think this is going to be the best place for them to actually just stay for the eliminations. Quite a high risk to climb down later on. PIGMY trying to fight against the Infinity, both having the same mindset, the same idea to take this area. But Alter Ego might want to join in as well. We're looking at Octa and Alva happen to be moving towards this direction. Probably RRQ soon. But Logan on the other side got Tony's not visible by Jabranki, and there might be a bit of sharing of the mountain, but Alter Ego, the moment they picked himself and just showed himself towards his direction, PIGMY already prepared with their firepower. BTR on the other end of the mountains as well, but Alter Ego, can they kite their way up here?
And we shall see. Billbot immediately gets kicked off the moment he goes for a peek. IQOO, next one to fall. What a push coming in from Alter Ego with those really clean takedowns. And things are looking very bleak for the side of PIGMY Esports, having only 2 more members to fend them off. Big nades coming through, doing some chip damage over on the side of Octa, while DMC will eventually get a hit shot. Elbow now on the lower ground, pushing through. Tries to secure some angles against these 2 oncoming members, but he will be flushed out. That's all it took from the side of PIGMY Esports, as they have been able to eliminate Alter Ego.
Still, Alter Ego managed to actually secure out 1 elimination from PIGMY's side. Still quite a fighting firepower because of how the angles was quite difficult compared to the side of PIGMY just now. But boom, a lot of vehicles happen to be stuck here and there in this map right now. But boom, they're trying to find the next target. They're trying to pick over RRQ, who happened to be visited by Alter Ego before they actually went down. But no mercy, already given his position just now. These Zavis, from being so quiet, suddenly being the loudest up there across the board, with the domination of 5 eliminations alongside with FaZe Clan. But back to his RRQ, and also boom, boom. They still scored 0 this one. They definitely aim for the eliminations here against RRQ.
Yeah, that's what they're looking forward towards. So far, things looking really well for some of all these teams out there. FaZe Clan, they kept themselves pretty much sitting quiet over onto the southern end, and they will still have that circle upon them. BTR gets that free access on the west side. This is going to be pretty huge because they're going to take that high spot over on the course of the hill. Meanwhile, TALON taking it slow from the southwestern end. RRQ, they find themselves locked on that lower ground. Boom members are not giving them an easy time to cut across, but Snape's got intel. So that can actually work out for RQ still, but Razy is really holding them back.
I love how Boom just, Razy just hold the angle for us while waiting for RQ to lock themselves between the terrain and the compound. But Snake, he will be the game changer for the side of RQ. Front is spot out the rotation of Nepeko. They're trying to just connect the fires, but there's going to be a bigger fish up there, which is going to be PIGMY and the Infinity.
Yeah, all these elimination squads are really going at it, while No Mercy is trying to force a wraparound through the blue. Snape holding on to a UMP, trying to actually spray. Not going to be able to actually do much damage with that. PIGMY Esports, this 3 member is going to funnel all their resources to try to eliminate RRQ. They do spot out Nepeko and instantly turns him down.
Due to the terrain itself, some players or some teams happen to be drying out their resources. We're talking about not the hand grenades, it's going to be the ammunition. Look at Snake with only 51 reserve in his M416. We're probably going to have to switch over to UMP. With this distance, UMP will not actually work that well. But Razy also down to only 46 reserve. Last time we saw this happen, a lot of teams having 0 clip left in their magazine. But No Mercy will have to back out. It's going to be still Boom taking the reign over against RRQ.
They were just unfortunately sandwiched in between, and now PIGMY Esports can just focus onto Boom Esports instead. They can also look to reposition because eventually this zone's going to be shrinking into a deeper area of play. But on the spine of the kill of this creative fields, they have gotten so much significant advantages. He's going to run it all the way back. He'll be on a U-turn. Somehow still managed to stray away from danger. This Pombit tries to cover with a little bit of ammunition from himself. They're slowly getting depleted though. This is the problem playing inside Miramar. You need all this ammunition resources when you are playing on these outskirts, because there's not going to be any form of restock, but there is no buildings left within sight.
Thanks to the circle for that, ended up with no compounds in between, with so many mountains as well for the players to hike up. Now Boom, despite they got themselves in a reverse gear all the way by Yummy just now, they take that knockdown by the teams up top, which is going to be PIGMY. But there's going to be that one particular player of Infinity that's going to be difficult for PIGMY to deal with. They are oblivious regarding his position right now. Jabranki keeping the pressure on Yummy May and Pombit, but the moment he overpick himself, he might actually be chipped down by the damage straight by Razy and the rest of a Boom from below.
And this is just going to be trouble for PIGMY Esports as well. They have their vehicles being shattered up, and like you said, that member of Infinity is getting closer and closer. It's going to be Katuni. He's been hearing all that ruckus, and this is where VMC finally gets a catch onto Pondbit. One member down, but Boom Esports, they're taking too much of a time, and this circle is going to go deeper and deeper within the region into the center of the stage. Boom Esports, I think that they just really gotta call it quits.
Ooh, close. Too close. Too close. And the Blues will start to close as well. Less than 30 seconds away. God, Tony, just pick out. This is the time for you to take advantage of this. But speaking of which, he's not peeking out because the circle just happened to be shifting away from these guys who's happened to be on the northern side still fighting for their grounds. Or PIGMY can gatekeep the rest of Boom from rotating in, but Boom do have the option to go the other way round. But the problem is they have to attack the blue zone. Now, exposing themselves towards the eyes of Jabranki, they are running low. There's sprays here. Jabranki still has plenty for himself, but Razy take the charge and take the tank for the damage output, but Yummy Man, the rest still stuck themselves at the backside. This is going to be trouble for Boom because the blue is start to eat them alive.
Yeah, and they got no way to push forward at all. As you see, the rest of PIGMY have just got the crosshairs placed upon them so easily. And even if they try to go into the south side, they're going to be open to more of all these bullets coming in from the side of BTR. BTR took their sweet time, and now they prey onto a weakened side of PIGMY Esports that have burned through their resources. Now, it's TALON versus VPE.
Redface. Can he actually do it? Axel giving the pressure from the flank. That's going to be dividing the attention of Vampires. Probably just attracting the whole attention of Vampires towards his side. It's Axel, but Redface have to be extra careful. If he actually accidentally naded one of the teammates, there's going to be the go time. Redface coming in. Will he go for the push? Because Redface don't think twice. Back to a side of shot. He's trying to go for the flank side, but a bit too late now. Fluke spots out one of Axel players. It's going to be TALON going in first. Oh, they've been bridged. And this is go time for the side of TALON. Well, Vampires, leaving with only shots behind. That's going to be the end. That's it. The opening was great from that molly coming out from Redface.
That was perfect coming from Axel. The timing on the push. He waited for the grenade to pop off. And the moment that he goes in for reload, he goes in for that push. And this gives a chance for TALON to play for the end game. Speaking of the end game here, we see FaZe Clan face to face against the Savior. Sprays into the smoke, finds Nate. And it's going to be Ansys trying to actually flush him off from getting more done. And just like that, DX have been overwhelmed. Also by the members of BTR on top of the hill. Now FaZe Clan, at least they get a little bit more coverage. And also stocks to be replenished at the very same time. Somehow, BTR has not been able to pick off members inside of PIGMY Esports. So they get to play a little bit more in the center. But Gachuni! Oh, he finally gets spotted out.
He needs to climb down, man. But the problem is, it took him too long to decide which way to go. There's a lot of BTR. They spotted out FaZe Clan. Zuxi being spotted out by Vintorius. They're going to scope down on Zuxi first. It's target locked for now. Vintorius hop into his vehicle. He's going to take a smoky one. Nope, never mind. Upgrade of loot first is going to be the priority because of how low the ammunition is currently at. But on the side of Satar, ooh, wow.
Wow.
Sure.
And it's been such a clean game so far for the side of FaZe Clan. They move in from St. Martin, they play it really slowly, they just tag up all these teams that were in the midst of the battle. You can say the same about BTR, but looking at how FaZe Clan slowly takes over the course of the game, they have 9 elimination points. You could say the same about PIGMY Esports. Somehow, they have been relentless. They were locking onto the targets of RQ early on, and somehow just goes beneath the noses of BTR. And now, FaZe Clan will have one member being knocked by Satar. This has been a really long-range trade from all the teams that are on board.
9 eliminations and mostly dominated over by the side of Mela. 4 by Mela alone. On the side of FaZe Clan, I don't think they can actually save it on time, but probably they did. Mormon is actually back up on his feet, but spotted out the rest of BTR. But TALON repositioned himself. It's going to be a multiple angle focus on the side of FaZe Clan, but Jabranki knocked down by BTR from above. And PIGMY, we thought they had the mountains before they were king of mountains previously. But now just going in to camouflage himself. Billboard. one with the nature will not be spotted out by the teams.
Yeah, I guess like he just wants to stay safe from all these chaos erupting into the midst of the battlefield. As we see XERXIA, Luxy, they're taking over the top end. They're trying to get those angles right. The PIGMY members, they're coming in from multiple angles as well. Dimzy, the main man from the side of PIGMY Esports, are getting a little bit more attention coming in from the twin Tachibana brothers. And now Luxy gets to resuscitate himself, getting himself 100% healed with the med kit, while Satar gets a little bit more cover being done. But looking at how things are going for the side of BTR, things are looking really, really good.
Nobody hitting double digit for the eliminations yet. I'm not sure about TALON though, and PIGMY as well. But so far coming up from FaZe and BTR, it's around 8 and 9 eliminations for both teams here. FaZe Clan trying to go through the smoke, but the problem is BTR making it so difficult. But BTR, they're trying to game for more. Down to only Billbox on the side of PIGMY. Now that's going to be difficult, but due to the curves of the mountains and due to the slippery slope, it's quite steep down there, so it's kind of hard for the side of BTR to visualize at the foot of the mountain. But they're going to toss the nade over just for the sake of finishing, but it's just not really cooked up well for the time.
Yeah, a little far wide with the toss, but still it definitely gives a little bit of a signal warning towards these members of PIGMY Esports, and resources are running dry on the side of BIGETRON Red Villains as well. And you take a look at Dimzy, his helmet is also wearing off, especially after he has such a long trade. Red FaZe now has been able to hit the mark against Mormon as they look to take more members from the side of FaZe Clan. And FaZe Clan tries to book it with a vehicle. That's not going to work at all. BTR, they eliminate the Thai team. So it's just going to be 9 points secured with a top 4 finish.
Double digit on the side of BTR. This is going to be the run. They want to secure the chicken away, but telling you left, right, center. Where to hide, man? That one small airdrop loop will not cover him as much as he hoped for. Axel next got himself only a rock to take covers from. The last member of TALON trying to just keep the boat afloat while waiting for PIGMY to be the next target. It's 100% BTR flawless run here. 14 elimination, make it 15. And a chicken, perhaps. It's all about the last time. Here comes the name.
Dropping with a bounce there. Axel still alive and kicking, but how much longer can he hold? He's just right behind the rock, and XERXIA looking for it, and he will get it for the team. BIGETRON Red Villains here secures that winner chicken dinner to close off our Super Sunday run.
Finally spot themselves a chicken, and a big one that at 24 points in total plus those chicken dinner points. Now this definitely the jump and the bump that they need to put themselves up in the overall rankings, plus for the accumulation of points across 3 weeks of Super Sunday. This contribute quite a number on the side of BTR.
Just what they needed in such a momentous time as well. And you can see that it's a lot of Satar by the end of it all that has opened up possibilities for BIGETRON Red Villains. We take a closer look into the stats and looking at how well they've been performing. We see great eliminations across the board, but Lapar, he's got himself that 6 elimination points.
With the most damage coming out from XERXIA, Singers for the side of Luxy 500 over Satar as well. But I have to say BTR, despite having quite a north angle to work with, they're not really in the high top mountains before. Hype themselves up all the way. That's quite an aggressive approach, and been playing alongside with the very rough terrain since the start of the foot of the mountain early on. They lasted long enough. I thought PIGMY do have a shot at that due to they got themselves the elevations beforehand. But it wasn't actually the best place they can be when it comes to the last few circles. But nonetheless, this is going to be our MVP. It's been a while we have XERXIA on the screen.
Yeah, and it's actually great to have him back here. Now, BIGETRON Red Villains, they have definitely took the greatest control over a hillside, but that was such a long battle between them as well as PIGMY Esports. Meanwhile, on the south side, it was really that battle between TALON as well as FaZe Clan. But FaZe Clan, they took that last-ditch effort to move with those vehicles, and that's how they got spotted by BTR. Let's take a look at the highlights once again. So with the victory of the team. And here we have it, ladies and gentlemen. The final chicken dinner secured by BIGETRON Red Villains have secured themselves 25 points, and it's been a top 3 finish for the Indonesian side, joined by PIGMY Esports with 14 and 13 points. It has been shared between both TALON Esports as well as FaZe Clan.
Now, on the side of Infinity, thanks to God Tunny, they actually last long enough to place themselves some placement points at 3 points down there. But when it comes to the accumulation of all points across the entire day here, it won't be as much because of how crazy the top teams getting those numbers up, including Boom as well. Now, speaking of Boom, they're not on the first page yet.
Yeah, Boom Esports, they were sandwiched in between some of all these squads out there. They were facing off against PIGMY Esports as well as RRQ, which we saw them unable to even run right through, and therefore it will be an early exit when it comes down to the final run here inside of Miramar, but unlikely the case for them to have such a tough scuffle heading into the upcoming week. So far, that is for us to find out. Meanwhile, of course, the bottom half of the matchup heading into Miramar, majority of them only walked away with an average of 2 to 1 points. Alliance really not getting their engines running into this final map. And to me, it's definitely a surprise to see Team Flash just crashing out so early.
Oh, don't blame them with how aggressive the team start to actually just open fire straight off the bat here. But here comes what really important for today. Boom closing up their run for the week 2 Super Sunday at 65 points, 79 at 47, not budging the first and second place, but a bit of a jump coming up from FaZe Clan, 47 points, tie with 79. The only difference and the tiebreaker is going to be the chicken dinner. BTR at 46, 1 point shy. Alter Ego 5th place with 42 points, 1 chicken. Then Bias pushed down to 6, and now we have the second page, but XERXIA didn't crack the double digit down there.
Yeah, they only managed to squeeze in about 8 points overall, and with the last dire effort, PIGMY Esports as well as TALON has been able to push to 11 as well as 12 respectively, and just because Team Flash did not receive those points overall, they are also being pushed down. So the Infinity as well as NKT, they are still having their own fair share of struggles, but at least they got themselves 22 points as well as 20 points respectively to add to the tally of what some of them have been able to receive back in week 1. So I think that things are looking to be pretty okay, but XERXIA, they're definitely looking to be quite worried with these amounts when it comes down to where or not will they qualify for week 3. That is for us to find out.
Now, this is where it's super important, the overall league points for each week of Super Sunday. Right now, taking number 1 despite them not getting themselves the best performance. Yeah, the Xavier still stands at number 1, 113. Boom at 109. Alter Ego, 100 points. Everyone hits 100, pretty safe for now. But we're talking about getting a top 16. 48 is the bottom at the very first page. 26 is the amount at 16th placement here because VOIN Donkey didn't make it through for this week's Super Sunday. So on the side of NKT and Morph, this was their first ever Super Sunday, but they need to push the numbers up and half. It's compulsory for the teams at 17th until the 24th place to make it through for the final week Super Sunday.
Yeah, it's going to be so important for these teams to be able to qualify. Crit VIP, Team Secret, Geek Fam, and a whole lot of other squads did not even make the cut through the Super Sundays. And of course, when it comes down to the best performing play out there, Rosemary has not been contested, as this Alter Ego player has shown that he is still one of the best to play the game.
Yep, it's still gonna be the run for the entire season's MVP as well. I don't know who is gonna be the top contender for that, but definitely I hope Yummy May will be up there since the performance coming from Boom has been bombastic overall. But also don't forget, we do have the interview, so enjoy our last interview of the day.
Hello everyone, welcome back to the last interview of the day, and now I'm with the new MVP, Boom Yummy May. Is this right? Okay, what is that meaning?
Apa maksud Yummy May?
Mei itu pacarku.
May is my girlfriend.
Wow, so cute, you're a sweet boy. This is the power of love that make you guys like 24 elims of the day, and because of you, it's just 14 elims today. how do you maintain your team consistency in the
Oke,
performance?
kita bisa lihat lah yang Boom itu udah dapat 24 elim gitu kan. Gimana kau memaintain performa sebagus ini?
Banyak-banyak nonton match tim terus eval kesalahan satu sama lainnya gitu. Nggak fokus tim sendiri aja gitu.
Yeah, basically we just focus on ourselves, we just focus on our gameplay, we watch a lot of match 3, we do a lot of review. So yeah, I think we just how we maintain our performance is because of we just focus on ourselves, not every other team.
Yes, you are so consistent. And is it a power of love that you like 14 lives by yourself?
Jadi adakah karena nama pacarmu itu yang membuatkan kau bisa dapat 14 elim lah?
Mungkin karena doa dari orang tua, orang-orang sekitar, terus support dari teman-teman di in-game juga. Jadi bisa capai 14 kill.
Yeah. So basically it's because of our parents keep praying for us, a lot of support from my teammates, my friends. Yeah, that's why I managed to get a 14 kills by myself.
That's very good. How would you describe your team overall performance this week? Are you satisfied with the results so far?
Oke, jadi Yami, menurut Yami sendiri, bagaimanakah tanggapan Yami tentang performa Boom secara overall? Dan apa yang Yami rasa, pendapat Yami gitu loh?
Menurutku, kalau aku sih sendiri jujur masih belum puas karena kita masih banyak ngelakuin mistake gitu. Jadi semoga kita bisa memperbaikinya.
Overall, for our overall performance, I don't think I'm satisfied yet. It's because of we still have a lot of mistake. So we are more focusing on try to fix that mistake and be better team for the next time.
Hey, I'm looking for see you next week. What's your performance? And last interview, Rosemary talk to you. Any word to say back to Rosemary?
Oke, jadi di interview barusan Rosemary ada bilang ke Yami tentang yang mereka mau ngajak Rosemary mau ngajak Yami ngebantai saya gitu kan. Tanggapan Yami dan apa yang mau disampaikan ke Rosemary sendiri?
Tanggapanku ya kita mari bantai-bantai saya bareng-bareng kasih tahu kalau Indonesia itu keras.
To Rosemary, let's crash this sea lobby and tell to Southeast Asia fans that Indonesia is very powerful country.
Wow, Indonesia is powerful country. Okay, so it's okay like you or maybe Rosemary get MVP is okay, both of you.
Jadi kalau MVP itu Rosemary dapat atau kau yang dapat itu nggak apa-apa ya. Kalau antara dua itu siapa yang dapat juga nggak menjadi masalah gitu ya.
Nggak masalah, yang penting juaranya dari Indonesia.
We don't care about the MVP title as long as the champions gonna be teams from Indonesia.
Wow, hope Indonesia get the champions. Thank you for the interviews. And thank you for today. See you next week for the more action. And now time to go back to the casters.
Thank you so much, Bo, as well as Jangs, as that was a brilliant interview with our MVP of this weekend from Boom itself. And Yummy definitely have shown what the power of love can actually offer. So, Choo-Choo, you know, things have been looking great. I love that all these Indonesia teams, they are very much prideful of their own countrymen.
I mean, they have a very supportive community, which all of other regions can learn of, and all of us can actually learn from them as well. Hopefully, there will be improvement in the future regarding that. No offense taken and no offense intended. And speaking of which, we are wrapping our Super Sunday of week number 2 here. Speaking of next week, who will fail to go straight 3-week Super Sunday, because we're talking about the second page team just now. All of them missed out the Super Sunday. If they missed out the Super Sunday, there's not going to be any grand finals from the start for them. But also, before we ending the show, which I'm going to let you wrap things up by the end of this one, Contra, because we will miss you. We were going to see you again for next weekend, by the way. But speaking of which, you guys have been watching us. Thank you so much for your support. And just a little note for our friend Notorious out there. I can be your friend. Hey, there you go.
Yep, and of course, dear friends, as well as dear spectators and fans of the PMSL 2024. We'll be back in the upcoming week. I hope you guys have been able to enjoy the show so far, as it's definitely been a pleasure for me as well as Choo, and I'm just so glad to be back here with all of you guys. So with that in mind, we'll wish you guys have a great week ahead, as we'll catch you guys in a couple of days. So good night for now, and we'll catch you real soon.